Chapter 646, Shengguan Furong was slapped _5. Shengguan Dehui respected Ni Yang's views and did not interfere with her feelings. Because he knew that Ni Yang was a person with her own thoughts and ideas. Perhaps, Mo Qishan was not as unbearable as he appeared to be. Mo Qishan smiled and said, "Of course, I remember." Looking at Mo Qishan, Grandma Shengguan thought for a long time, and finally said, "Oh, you are the sixth one from the Mo family, right?" Mo Qishan nodded, "That's right, madam." Grandma Shengguan laughed, "I used to play mahjong with your mother, and she often mentioned you." Although Mo Qishan's reputation was not so good, he was handsome, vibrant, especially when standing next to Ni Yang, that was a pleasing sight. Grandma Shengguan had a very good first impression of Mo Qishan. Everyone used to say that the sixth one of the Mo family was a waste of space, but today's impression of him was very different from the rumors. Not only is he high-spirited, but also modest and courteous, gentle as jade, and definitely not useless. If such a person is considered useless, then there probably aren't many normal people in Beijing. Grandma Shengguan had seen countless people and would never misjudge someone. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. And Ni Yang was so outstanding, her judgment of people couldn't be that bad, could it? Shengguan Furong stood up and looked at Mo Qishan. "You are the Mo Qishan who was rejected by Jingrong." Shengguan Furong's aunt, Zhao Yeshu, is Jingrong's aunt as well. Zhao Yeshu often talked about Mo Qishan in front of the Shengguan family. Mo Qishan was the embodiment of uselessness, a wastrel without any achievements or career. If any girl were to marry him, it would mean she was extremely unlucky. If the Zhao family knew that the person they didn't want was actually picked up by the Shengguan family, what would people think of the Shengguan family? Isn't this ridiculous? Zhao Shen's family and Jingrong also had some family connections. The more Shengguan Furong thought about it, the more her scalp tingled. These words were clearly intended to embarrass Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan was not upset and nodded, yes. He had heard countless sarcastic comments, so if he were to care about each one, he would probably have died of anger by now. It turns out Mo Qishan had such thick skin. He even had the nerve to nod. Did he think he was being honorable? Shengguan Furong smiled, knowing the answer but still asked, "I'm a very curious person. Why did Jingrong break off the engagement with you?" Grandma Shengguan immediately laughed to smooth things over. "Nowadays, young people are free to love. It's normal that they don't like the old style of arranged marriages. Unlike in our era, where men and women often got married without even having seen each other." At the same time, Grandma Shengguan gave Shengguan Furong a warning look. This child, she was becoming more and more tactless. Aunt Lu agreed, "Big sister, you're right. It wasn't like this during our time." Shengguan Furong still didn't give up, but I'm still very curious about why. "By any chance, did Jingrong look down on you?" Furong. Grandma Shengguan frowned slightly. Zhao Shen carefully tugged at Shengguan Furong's sleeve, whispering, "Furong, I think Mom seems angry." Shengguan Furong glared at Zhao Shen. Ni Yang walked over with a smile, curling her arm through Mo Qishan's. "Why bother about the reason? I like Brother Mo, and Brother Mo also likes me," so he broke off the engagement with Zhao Jingrong. Just as Shengguan Furong was about to say something else, Ni Yang interjected, "Aunt Furong, do you know why Xiaoming's grandmother lived to the age of 103? Shengguan Furong asked subconsciously, "Why?" Ni Yang said lightly, "Because Xiaoming's grandmother never interfered with others' affairs." "I wish you also a long life." Ni Chengue almost laughed out loud. Even Shengguan she wanted to applaud Ni Yang. What a great answer. In short life. Shengguan Furong was so angry that she almost passed out on the spot. This Ni Yang was completely ungrateful. Even after she showed her the true face of Mo Qishan, not only did she not show any gratitude, she even insulted her. She was absolutely without any manners. And yet, she couldn't think of any way to rebut this. Brother Imo, let's go to the kitchen and prepare the food. Ni Yang looked up at Imo Chishin. All right. Imo Chishin nodded. The two of them said goodbye to everyone and headed towards the kitchen. Shangguan Su watched their retreating figures. He seemed to be in a daze. With Ni Yang's conditions, she could have found someone better. Why does it have to be Imo Chishin? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, Shangguan Furong was slapped _6. Moreover, it was evident that Ni Yang was very protective of Imo Chishin. Did Imo Chishin really possess some extraordinary qualities? Ni Yang and Imo Chishin went into the kitchen. Brother Imo, I'm sorry for making you feel embarrassed. Ni Yang gripped Imo Chishin's hand. Imo Chishin's thin lips parted slightly, so you're gonna comfort me. Should I hug you then? Ni Yang pulled Imo Chishin into a hug. Imo Chishin chuckled, patting her hair. Is this what you call an embarrassment? You're really not angry. Ni Yang looked up at Imo Chishin. Imo Chishin shook his head. There's no need to be angry over such a trivial matter. If he cared about his reputation, he wouldn't have become the person he is today. His current status allows him to see many things that can't be seen from a high position. Like the human heart. Grandma Shangguan took an opportunity to pull Shangguan Furong into a corner, admonishing her harshly, and only then did Shangguan Furong finally calm down. Source, web novel. Calm, updated on Omicron New. She stopped picking at things during lunch. Of course, it might also be because Ni Yang's cooking was too delicious. The dishes on the table were quite unusual. Such as grilled fish, sour fish, boiled meat, hot pot, which were unfamiliar to everyone. Beijing people generally like spicy food, and this meal was perfectly to their taste. Shangguanshi was utterly amazed. Yang, the food you cook is really delicious. Even better than the pickled fish noodles and Kanto stew you sell in your restaurant. Absolutely, Grandma Shangguan also gave Ni Yang a thumbs up. Ni Yang's cooking skills were absolutely divine. Shangguan Furong looked up at Ni Yang. The food was very delicious. Ni Yang's face was pretty too. Beyond these two advantages, it seemed hard to find other advantages in Ni Yang. Considering her status in the circle, she could find someone better for Ni Yang than Imo Chishin. Shangguan Furong narrowed her eyes, plotting inside. After dinner, Shangguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua took everyone to stroll around the village. Ni Yang and Imo Chishin stayed in the kitchen to wash the dishes. Only Ni Chingue and Grandma Shangguan remained in the house. Grandma Shangguan tactfully mentioned the wedding date of Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui to Ni Chingue. It wouldn't be right to talk about this matter directly with Ni Tsuehua, it was more appropriate to discuss it with Ni Chingue. Chingue, both of them are not young anymore. I was thinking, if they can marry early, they should marry early, so as to avoid any additional troubles. If Daya is not willing to move to my place, it's fine for Dehui to accompany her here, as long as they visit me once a week. Grandma Shangguan was not the kind of person who wouldn't make a concession. Ni Tsuehua had lived here for a long time and was used to it. If she suddenly had to move to the Shangguan's house, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, Shangguan Dehui used to live on campus, so there wouldn't be a problem if he stayed here with Ni Tsuehua after their marriage. Ni Chingue nodded. You're right, Grandma, but I can't decide this for Yang Yang's mother. How about this, please leave your number, and I'll ask Ni Tsuehua and then confirm with you. How does that sound? Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Grandma Shangguan continued, once things are settled on your end, I'll arrange for the matchmaker to come. Although it was a second marriage, the formalities wouldn't have to be neglected. Okay, Ni Chingue nodded. She had to admit, Grandma Shengwan was quite considerate. They returned to Beijing in the evening. Shengwan Furong said, I don't agree with Ni Yang being with Mo Qishan. You don't agree? What gives you the right to decide? Grandma Shengwan looked at Shengwan Furong unhappily. Is it up to you now? Shengwan Dihui's face also didn't look too pleased. Shengwan Furong's performance in the Ni family's house in the morning had made him lose face in front of Ni Tsuihua. Fortunately, Mo Qishan was magnanimous and didn't pay her any mind. Mom. I'm doing this for the sake of the Shengwan family. Shengwan Furong continued, you allowed my brother to be with Dia, that's fine. But now you're letting Dia's daughter be with Mo Qishan. Isn't this a disgrace to our family? Auntie Zhao has said all those things about Mo Qishan in front of us and it's not like you weren't aware. Why should we take someone that Zhao Jingrong doesn't want for the Shengwan family? Even if Grandma Shengwan could ignore the shame, she still had to save face. Ni Yang's surname is Ni, not Shengwan. Shengwan Dehui spoke out coldly, are you insisting on meddling in other people's affairs? Shengwan Furong turned to look at Shengwan Dehui, shocked, Dia is about to marry you. Isn't Ni Yang supposed to change her surname? Do you mean to let the Shengwan family support them while they keep the Ni surname? This is unacceptable. I disagree. If someone marries into the family, they follow the family. Now that Ni Tsuihua is about to marry into the Shengwan family, she would belong to the Shengwan family. As Ni Quihua's daughter, Ni Yang naturally couldn't continue to bear Ni Quihua's surname. If Ni Yang continued to bear the Ni surname, what would this mean? You don't have the right to disagree. Said Shengwan Dehui, Ni Yang is capable of supporting herself. She is far more excellent than you can imagine. Shengwan Furong huffed, isn't she just a noodle vendor? What's so great about that? Brother, you're just a typical case of a man forgetting his sister after getting a wife. I share a blood connection with you, yet now you're willing to turn against me for a stranger. I only have your best interests at heart. Dia is nothing but a seductress. She doesn't deserve to set foot in our home. Here, Shengwan Furong paused before continuing, I'm laying down the rules today, either you break up with Dia, or Ni Yang ends things with Mo Qishan. Otherwise, Dia won't be allowed into the Shengwan family's house. Also, Ni Yang must change her surname. She doesn't have the right to bear the Ni surname any longer. Shut up. Overwhelmed, Shengwan Dehui finally gave her a slap. After that slap, the car fell silent. Shengwan Furong covered her face, looking at Shengwan Dehui incredulously, you hit me? You actually hit me. Zhao Shen finally reacted and cried anxiously, Furong, are you okay? Does it hurt? Shengwan Furong angrily pushed Zhao Shen's hand away, Shengwan Dehui. How dare you hit me? Shengwan Dehui had never hit her before. But today, she had been slapped by Shengwan Dehui. In front of everyone. Even teenagers like Shengwan Su and Shengwan Shi were present. And also Su Lian, who had always been at odds with her. How was she supposed to carry herself now? Was this how Shengwan Dehui was going to treat her? Well slapped. Grandma Shengwan spoke coldly, if you weren't slapped, you would never understand your place. You may arrogantly throw your weight around in the Zhao family, where people accommodate your behavior, but not in the Shengwan family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, When did you become so close with her? _1 Shengwan Furong was so angry that her whole body was trembling, her left cheek covered by her hand, tears falling like cut strings of pearls. Shengwan Dehui had hit her, and it was bad enough that the elder Mrs. Shengguan hadn't defended her, but even worse, she had poured oil on the flames, blaming Shengguan Furong instead. In her mind, she was only doing all of this for the good of the Shengguan family. Would she ever even say a word if she didn't carry the Shengguan name? Now she has become the villain. Do you think I wanted to meddle in everything? Everything I've done for the Shengguan family. Matriarch Shengguan cast a glance at Shengguan Furong. I will tell you once again, the affairs of the Shengguan family do not need your intervention. What was supposed to have been a happy occasion was wrecked into a complete mess by Shengguan Furong. The atmosphere inside the carriage was heavy with tension. Once they stepped out of the carriage, Shengguan Shi set out to comfort Shengguan Furong. "Aunt, don't be angry, my father was too impulsive today, he didn't mean to hurt you." Actually, it was the first time Shengguan Shi had ever seen Shengguan Dehui explode with such anger. The Shengguan Dehui in his memories has always been gentle and cultured. He had never even erupted in anger in front of others. That moment had startled even Shengguan Shi. "Truly, a beautiful face brings disaster," said Shengguan Furong. "For this, I don't blame your father. Blame should fall on Daya. If not for her, your father would have never treated me like this." Source: Web novel. Com updated on new. Since she was a child, Shengguan Dehui had always doted on her. Had never spoken harshly to her. Shengguan Shi continued, "Aunt, it's not Aunt Daya's fault. I've observed her closely, Aunt Daya is a very reasonable person." Before Shengguan Shi had finished, Shengguan Furong interrupted, "Xiaoxi, by the tone of your voice, am I the one to blame for all this?" Daya hadn't even married into the Shengguan family yet, and she was already being treated as an outsider. If Daya were to marry into the Shengguan family, would her voice not even matter anymore? "Aunt, that's not what I meant." Shengguan Shi chose his words carefully, afraid of upsetting Shengguan Furong if he misspoke. "I think you may be misunderstanding Aunt Daya." Shengguan Furong remained silent, her face cold. Shengguan Shi was still a child, she could let it slide with him. But she would definitely hold Enai Tsuihua accountable for all that had happened. "So, you also believe Enai Yang need not change her surname?" Shengguan Furong asked. "Aunt." Shengguan Shi continued, "Enai Yang is an individual in her own right. She belongs to herself and no one else. Furthermore, she's of age now, whether she wants to change her surname or not, we can't force her. It should be her own decision. Besides, Aunt Daya raised her single-handedly since she was little. The Shengguan family has never paid for any of her upbringing. Isn't it unreasonable to force Enai Yang to change her surname?" Shengguan Shi, like his father, was known for being reasonable. "Everyone is siding with her." Shengguan Shi said, "Aunt, perhaps you can try putting yourself in their shoes. If it were you, would you be willing to have your daughter, whom you've raised painstakingly for 18 years, change her surname?" "Xiaoxi, what are you trying to say?" Shengguan Furong was shocked. "Are you cursing your own aunt for the sake of an outsider? That was just too much. Now, it seems no one from the Shengguan family even cared for her anymore." No, Shengguan Shi hurried to explain, "Aunt, I was merely making a comparison." Shengguan Furong took a deep breath. "Fine. Let's leave this matter aside for the moment. Let's talk about Enai Yang's personal affairs. Everybody is well aware of who Emochishan is. Daya is going to marry into the Shengguan family, and if her daughter is with Emochishan, wouldn't that reflect poorly on the Shengguan family? Emochishan was nothing more than a failure. What qualifications did he have to be a son-in-law of the Shengguan family? The mere thought of it gave Shengguan Furong a headache. Shengguan Shi said, "Aunt, I believe we don't need to meddle in this affair, do we? After all, it's Enai Yang's personal business. Freedom of love is granted in today's society. She can be with whoever she likes. Everyone ought to mind their own business." Meddling too much would only lead to unnecessary troubles. Shangguan Furong was seething with anger. No one understood her. They made her feel as if she was a nosy person. But it is our family's reputation at stake. Shangguan, she didn't know how to comfort Shangguan Furong anymore. Her thoughts were too extreme. Aunt, Shangguan, she tried to soften his voice, I think Immortality isn't as bad as people say. Think about it, if he were truly useless, would he behave so gracefully? I think there is a misunderstanding about him in the outside world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, When did you become so close with her? _2. If Immortality is really a waste, then there wouldn't be any normal people in the world. Shangguan Furong felt that she couldn't communicate with Shangguan Shi anymore. She snorted coldly. If he's not a waste, would Zhao Jingrong have broken off the engagement with him? The Shangguan family's status in the circle is not lower than the Zhao family's. Why would they want someone that even the Zhao family has discarded? The Shangguan family aren't a garbage recycling service. Maybe, Zhao Jingrong was just mistaken, Shangguan Shi reasoned. A waste is a waste. Zhao Jingrong, returned from studying abroad in M country, would she be mistaken? Only a naive country girl like Ni Yang would think she struck gold. She doesn't even mind the shame. Shangguan Shi let out a small sigh, held Shangguan Furong's arm, and said, Aunt, Ni Yang is an outstanding girl, she's no worse than Zhao Jingrong. You don't need to think about it that much. Shangguan Furong's eyes were full of mockery. A country girl wants to compete with a person who studied abroad. Xiaoxi, you must be out of your mind. Shangguan Shi was silent. She felt like she really couldn't communicate with Shangguan Furong. In psychology, what was this called? Midlife crisis. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron new, but the age for midlife crisis is around 45 to 60 for women. Shangguan Furong is only in her 30s this year, claiming she's undergoing a midlife crisis wouldn't fit in terms of her age. The aunt and niece walked ahead, while Zhaoshan followed behind. After sending Shangguan Furong home and comforting her a bit, Zhaoshan returned to the car. The old Mrs. Shangguan asked, How's your aunt? Shangguan Furong is her only daughter, pampered since a child, with strong and proud personality. The old Mrs. Shangguan was afraid that she might do something desperate. Shangguan, she said, I think she should be fine. The old Mrs. Shangguan sighed lightly, it's my fault for not educating her well since childhood. She's got such a bad temper. Grandma, don't worry too much, comforted Shangguan Shi, my aunt has always been like this, but she's not a bad person, just ignore her. At times like this, Shangguan Shi could only comfort both parties. The old Mrs. Shangguan nodded, turned to Su Lian, Sister Lian, I'm sorry for the embarrassment. Su Lian said, every family has its own problems. Don't think too much about it. The old Mrs. Shangguan continued, if only Furong was half as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. The old Mrs. Shangguan was truly grateful to Su Lian. Su Fen had a difficult delivery. Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were twins, born with a particularly weak constitution. At that time, Su Lian's child had just turned 8 months old and she had abundant breast milk. Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were nursed by Su Lian. Although Su Lian was just an aunt, for Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, it was no different from a biological mother. That's why Shangguan Dehui respects Su Lian so much. Zhao family. After Shangguan Furong returned home, the more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and she found everything disagreeable. Zhaoshan was standing nervously to one side, afraid of being implicated. Seeing that her daughter-in-law was in a bad mood, Mrs. Zhao carefully brought over a plate of cut fruits. Furong, These fruits were just delivered by Uncle Lin today, they're fresh and sweet. Eating more can also help dispel your body heat. At those words, Shangguan Furong became even angrier. Mom, what are you implying? Do I look angry to you? Are you here to laugh at me because my brother hit me? She was bullied by both her parental and marital families. How unlucky could she be? Mrs. Xiao explained, Furong, you're misunderstanding. I didn't mean it that way, I just thought that you. Shangguan Furong turned to look at Mrs. Xiao, and interrupted her, then what did you mean? I think you did it on purpose. Furong, don't be angry. It's all my fault. If you don't want to eat, I'll take the fruit away. Mrs. Xiao reached out to take the fruit plate. The daughter-in-law was so bad-tempered. Mrs. Xiao had no choice but to endure. After all, she was getting old, and even if she was wronged, she wouldn't be wronged for too many days. Poor Zhao Xin. He would have to suffer for a lifetime. Mrs. Xiao sighed inwardly. Enough is enough. Shangguan Furong frowned and said, Mom, go back to your room and rest. What are you doing causing a ruckus here? Don't I look distraught enough to you? The old woman is truly annoying. She just knows how to create trouble. Mrs. Xiao then said, then I'll go out for a walk. Shangguan Furong said impatiently, just go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, When did you become so close with her? _3. As soon as she finished speaking, Shangguan Furong glared at Zhao Xin, you go away too. Standing here like a nail. It's so annoying. If it were another man whose wife got hit, he would definitely fight back immediately. But Zhao Xin, he doesn't even dare to fart. Just like a waste. Alright, Zhao Xin nodded and responded, following old lady Zhao out of the room. As the mother and son left the room, old lady Zhao sighed, Shen Bao. When will you be able to stand up for yourself? Mom, Furong's temper is a bit strong, but her heart is kind, Zhao Shen said, helping old lady Zhao down the stairs. She hasn't mistreated you, nor did she keep you deprived. Old lady Zhao helplessly shook her head. Isn't a bad temper a flaw? In all of Beijing, which daughter-in-law would arbitrarily command her mother-in-law? Old lady Zhao has worked all her life for the Zhao family, only to have to rely on others in the end, and put up with Shangguan Furong's changing moods every day. What sort of deal is that? From the dark, a shadow hid behind the green plants, quietly listening to the mother and son's conversation. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron. Old lady Zhao continued, Shen Bao, isn't equality between men and women being emphasized now? When can our family have this equality? Mom, let it go, Zhao Shen said. It's fine as it is. Why stir up trouble in the family? Old lady Zhao sighed, Shen Bao, I ache for you. The most important thing between husband and wife is respect. Where else would a husband get punished and slapped by his wife at the drop of a hat? Think about it, hasn't Shangguan Furong bullied you enough? I think you should learn from Dehui. If that doesn't work, seize power with force. She didn't expect Shangguan Furong to be virtuous. She only wished Shangguan Furong could temper her strong nature, have Zhao Xin suffer less and make their home feel more like a home. Zhao Xin replied, Mom, I know you care about me. But Furong is just like that, even her own mother can't do anything about her. What can I do? It doesn't matter. That's how I've been living my life anyway. Zhao Xin once complained to old lady Shangguan. Old lady Shangguan reprimanded Shangguan Furong, but in the end, it was useless and even led Shangguan Furong to become more unruly. After that, Zhao Xin didn't dare to complain easily anymore. Old lady Zhao waved her hand, forget it, I also didn't have hope that you could actually resist. As mother and son moved further away, the dim street light cast long shadows of the two, and a dark green leaf fell on the ground. Shangguan Furong sat on the sofa, watching her own face in the mirror. Dehui was brutal, there was a clear handprint visible on her left cheek. Just then, the butler walked in from outside. "Madam. What's the matter?" Shangguan Furong looked up at the butler with annoyance. The butler swallowed and said, "Comrade Lin Fong is here." "Don't see her." Shangguan Furong uttered angrily, "Tell her to go home." "All right," the butler nodded, turned around and walked towards the door. Lin Fong was carrying a gift. When she saw that the butler had come out, she immediately went up to him. "How is it, Butler Lin? Has Madame Zhao agreed to let me in?" The butler shook his head and regretfully said, "Madam isn't in a good mood today, you should come back another day." "All right then." Since Shangguan Furong would not see her, she had to leave. As she turned to walk away, Lin Fong turned around and asked, "Butler Lin, we both have the surname Lin, maybe 100 years ago we were from the same family. You know why I came today, do you have any news on this?" Butler Lin looked back at the room, then to the outside, and in a lowered voice said, "Comrade Lin Fong, I suggest you give up on the Shangguan family. I heard from Madam that the Shangguan family has found an old flame, they have met and are now discussing the wedding date." Lin Fang's heart skipped a beat, she was extremely distressed. Originally, the position of Shangguan's matron was hers. And now it's been stolen by others. Fortunately, she now had a new goal in mind. Lin Fong sighed, "All right, I understand, thank you." "You're welcome." After learning this news, Lin Fong with her gifts made her way back. The Ni family. After the Shangguan family left, Ni Chingue helped Ni Tsuhua tidy up the dishes in the kitchen. Ni Chingue said, "Yang Yang's mother, I think Dehui Shangguan's family is quite nice. The old lady is kind, and her children are obedient. When do you plan to settle things with him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 651, When did you become so close with her? _4. Even though Shangguan Furong was a bit of a handful, she was, after all, a married woman, living away from the Shangguan family. Therefore, she wouldn't have much impact on Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dihui's lives. Ni Tsuehua was stunned for a moment, then said, "There's no rush with this matter, what's there to rush? You two are nearly 40 and 50 years old respectively." Ni Tsuehua continued, "We are both remarrying and we want the wedding to be simple. All we need to do is get a certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. There's nothing much to prepare for." She had everything she wanted and was already very content. How could that be acceptable? When we got married back then, all we needed was a red cloth and a red gown. But times have changed. Now the wealthy are getting married in wedding dresses, looking stunning. Yang Yang's mom, now that you have the means, you definitely should wear a wedding dress at least once. Wedding dresses were not yet popular in the countryside of the 1980s. But in the city, everyone was wearing them. Wedding dresses had become a popular trend. Ni Tsuehua laughed and said, "They are for the younger ones. I am not so young anymore." Ni Chingue replied, "What does it have to do with age? If you have the means, why not wear it? If you don't wear one now, you will surely regret it later when you are older." He then added, "Yang Yang's mom, seriously, when exactly are you and Shangguan planning on holding the wedding?" Madame Shangguan is waiting for a response. Ni Tsuehua considered for a moment, then said, Perhaps we'll hold it in early spring after the Chinese New Year." At this time of the year, Ni Yang was quite busy. Little Ni Yun was still small, and Ni Tsuehua wanted to spend more time with Shangguan Dehui before the wedding. Having experienced a failed marriage once, Ni Tsuehua was somewhat fearful of the term of marriage. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Hearing this, Ni Chingue was relieved. Actually, the people of Shengguan family, including Shengguan Dihui's sister-in-law Su Lian, are all very nice. It's just that Shengguan Furong is a bit off. You know the old saying, eldest sister-in-law is just like a mother-in-law, youngest sister-in-law is like a noisy gong. Be careful with her when you live with Shengguan Dihui. Eldest sister-in-law is just like a mother-in-law, youngest sister-in-law is like a noisy gong. This is a folk proverb. It means that the eldest sister-in-law tends to meddle in her husband's family affairs, while the youngest sister-in-law is prone to making trouble. Clearly, Shengguan Furong was no good at all. Ni Tsuehua chuckled, I won't be living with her anyway, so what's there to worry about? Ni Chingue said, the fear is that she will be nosy and stir up trouble. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. You wouldn't want to regret it later if you end up being taken advantage of. Ni Tsuehua nodded. Ni Chingue continued, your future mother-in-law is indeed a good person. She told me today that she agrees to let Shengguan Dihui live with you after the wedding. It was rare for a mother-in-law to agree to let her son live in her daughter-in-law's house. This arrangement was hardly different from having a stay-at-home son-in-law. Really? Ni Tsuehua was somewhat surprised. She was actually quite fearful of living in a large mansion of a wealthy family. Absolutely. Ni Chingue replied, Madame Shengguan told me herself. But there is one condition, she hopes you two can visit her once a week. Ni Tsuehua nodded, that would only be right. After hearing this, Ni Tsuehua felt much more relieved. As the night deepened, Ni Yang saw Mo Chishan off at the edge of the village. The nights in October were rather crisp. The moonlight cast a silvery sheen on everything. By the time they arrived at the outskirts of the village, the car hadn't arrived yet. Mo Chishan held Ni Yang's hand, Yang. Ni Yang looked up at him, her long lashes casting dense shadows on her eyelids. Mo Chishan continued, when are your mom and Uncle Shengguan planning on holding their wedding? Ni Yang was taken aback. She didn't expect Mo Chishan to ask this question. She thought that Mo Chishan would have some reservations about the Shengguan family to some extent. During dinner, although Shengguan Furong didn't openly ridicule Mo Chishan anymore, she didn't show him a friendly face either. I'm asking you a question. Mo Chishan pinched her face a bit. Ni Yang replied, older brother Mo, aren't you even a little bothered by Aunt Furong's attitude? Why would I care about what she does? Mo Chishan replied, she is her, and Uncle Shengguan is Uncle Shengguan. At the very least, the rest of the people from the Shengguan family are very polite. Ni Yang nodded, older brother Mo, you're right. You haven't answered my question yet. Mo Chishan continued. Ni Yang gave a slight smile, I'm not sure about that either. I don't know what my mom and Uncle Shengguan have planned. She had no objections, no matter when the wedding was held. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, When did you become so close with her? _5. Mo Chishan looked up at the bright moon and said, I hope they can get married soon. Why? Ni Yang was somewhat puzzled. Because then we can be together sooner. Mo Chishan lowered his head and unexpectedly kissed her red lips. The temperature at the corners of his mouth was slightly cool, his lips as thin as paper as though he was kissing an ice cube. Ni Yang pushed him away, laughing and leaving a row of teeth marks on his lips. Shameless, who wants to be with you sooner, you haven't passed the probation period yet. Boss, isn't it unfair? Mo Chishan said, feeling aggrieved, it's been a long time, why haven't I passed the probation period? Ni Yang quirked an eyebrow. You dare to question the words of your superior? I dare not, I dare not. Mo Chishan surrendered. Whatever you say is right, boss. Ni Yang laughed lightly, nodding and said, that sounds more like it. All thanks to you, boss. Ni Yang smiled faintly, her lips curling in a shallow dimple. The moonlight shone a layer of soft glow on her body. The gentle breeze blew her long hair, and she seemed like an immortal who had descended from the moon. One couldn't help but want to kiss her. Mo Chishan stepped forward, extended a finger to gently lift her chin. His lips parted slightly. Boss, shouldn't you reward me since I am such an obedient person? His nose was only 0.1 millimeters from hers. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 New. The cold moonlight penetrated from the side, illuminating both of them, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. He is such a great charmer. Ni Yang looked at him quietly. Even for someone like her who had returned from the future, she found it difficult to resist Mo Chishan's sweet words. Such beauty is fatal to man. Their thin lips drew closer, their noses touching. Just at that moment, a harsh white light shone from a distance, followed by the sound of a car engine. Ni Yang quickly pushed Mo Chishan away, tidied up her hair, and behaved as if nothing had happened. Mo Chishan, caught off guard, nearly stumbled. Looking at the origin of the white light, his face turned as black as coal. The car was getting closer and closer. Wu Daming, who was in the driver's seat, got quite a scare seeing Mo Chishan in such a state. Oh shit! How terrifying! Who had the guts to upset Mo Chishan? Was it Ni Yang? Did they have a falling out? Looking at Ni Yang, she seemed just as usual. What on earth is going on? Wu Daming parked the car and got out with a goofy grin on his face. Good evening to brother six and sister-in-law. Good evening. Ni Yang's tone was indifferent. Mo Chishan's entire face screamed unhappiness. He had learned about the French kiss from a book yesterday, but hadn't had the opportunity to put it into practice. Finally, when there was a perfect chance, Six brother, what's wrong? When Wu Daming walked up to Mo Chishan, he asked, are you feeling unwell? Mo Chishan forced a smile, I'm fine, I'm very well. Wu Daming scratched his head innocently, oh, it's good if you're fine, brother six. Let's go back then. Okay. Mo Chishan nodded. I'll go back first then, see you, big brother Mo. Ni Yang waved at Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan then said, light the way for your sister-in-law with the headlights. Okay. Wu Daming nodded, ran to the car, switched on the headlights, illuminating the road in front of him as bright as day. Watching Ni Yang's figure disappear by the roadside, Mo Chishan then got in the car. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, held it between his thin lips and said, Daming. Wu Daming responded and turned his head, what's up, brother six? Mo Chishan continued, there have been a few minor issues with the engineering department in F continent. You will go on my behalf to take a look. Along the way, take charge of supervising the work. In 2 months, I will arrange for someone suitable to take over your job. F continent. Upon hearing this word, Wu Daming's brows furrowed deeply. The sun in F continent is scorching, the weather hot and conditions harsh. Spending a day there would peel off a layer of skin. If he stays for 2 months, he would be so sunburnt that even his mother won't recognize him when he returns. He hasn't even gotten married yet. Wu Daming was almost in tears. Six brother, what did I do wrong? Mo Chishan took a drag from his cigarette. You didn't do anything wrong. You are just too outstanding, too excellent. What? Wu Daming was stunned. Was Mo Chishan praising him? There's no one else but you who can handle this job around me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653. When did you become so close with her? _6. Really? Truly? Wu Daming asked in surprise. Mo Chishan gave a slight nod, of course. 6 brother, you're the best. Wu Daming said confidently, don't worry, I won't let you down. I believe you. Naive Wu Daming didn't realize he was being schemed by Mo Chishan. He packed up his things the very next day, and happily boarded the plane to the M continent. With time, the business of the Color of Heaven and Earth restaurant kept booming. Due to the expensive dishes, there weren't people waiting in line every day, but it was always full house. Besides, more than 30 of the 50 membership cards had been successfully sold. Now, it was the first choice for high-end banquets. Not only did the Color of Heaven restaurant have a good environment and service, but the food was also excellent, far superior to other restaurants. Mr. Wang, this way, Shengguan Su led a few middle-aged men in suits inside. Among them, there were a few foreign men. Welcome, gentlemen. Please come in, the greeter greeted warmly from inside. Source, web novel. Com updated on Omicron New. As soon as they stepped inside, they were dazzled. Nobody expected the interior decoration of the restaurant to be so stunning. It exuded an ancient charm everywhere. It gave an illusion of stepping back in time. The man referred to as Mr. Wang exclaimed, when did such a restaurant open in Beijing? I had no idea. The foreign men also gasped in astonishment. This restaurant was simply too stunning. This expression arose spontaneously, without any embellishment. Shengguan Su said, given that you're not often in the country, it's normal not to know. Mr. Wang turned to Shengguan Su, asking, who's the owner of this restaurant? Someone capable of opening this kind of restaurant in Beijing must be an influential figure. It seems there is going to be a shift in power in Beijing. Who exactly was this rising star? Shengguan Su shook his head, I'm not quite sure. Mr. Wang was amazed, is there something you don't know? As the head of the party, if a restaurant loan application is made, it has to be reviewed by Shengguan Su. Could it be that this rising star didn't apply for a loan at all? There were many families in Beijing who could open restaurants without loans, but they wouldn't be low-key. Shengguan Su nodded, indeed, it's a shame. Actually, Shengguan Su was also very curious. Who was this genius who could create such a restaurant and provide such service? One could say that once you visited this restaurant, you would lose interest in others. Mr. Wang continued, who ran this restaurant before? Chen Jitsang, Shengguan Su answered. Mr. Wang thought for a moment, then said, the young heir of the Qin family. Yes, Shengguan Su nodded. Mr. Wang smiled. It turned out that this heir of the Qin family studied hotel management abroad, but he was defeated by a nameless individual. Shengguan Su commented, one should not equate theoretical knowledge with practice. No matter how well you study, it's ultimately just book knowledge. Mr. Wang nodded, you're right. With that, Mr. Wang was even more curious about the mysterious rising star. While they were chatting, they kept walking inside. Please, gentlemen, take a seat over here. A waiter dressed in Han clothing led them to a booth with lanterns. Shengguan Su said, we're here to discuss business. It might not be convenient downstairs. Can we go upstairs? I'm sorry, sir, but the private rooms on the second floor are fully booked, replied the waiter. What about the third floor? Shengguan Su asked next. The upstairs is exclusively for VIP customers. The waiter then explained the procedure to become a VIP customer to Shengguan Su and the others. This was Shengguan's second visit to the restaurant, and it was the first time he had heard about the VIP system. This VIP system sounded quite fresh, but the membership fees were relatively high. A card cost more than 800 yuan, and there was a minimum spending requirement each month. Mr. Wang nodded. This owner is interesting. After obtaining a membership, Shangguan Su and his party proceeded to the third floor. The third floor was like a hidden paradise, presenting a visual feast. Mr. Wang commented, the over 800 yuan is worth it. Waiter, please sign me up for a membership card. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654. When did you become so close with her? _7 In just a short time, 2 membership cards were successfully sold. When the ordered dishes were served, everyone was too preoccupied with eating to even discuss business matters. Because the taste was simply too incredible. Furthermore, the dishes were a feast for the eyes, nose, and tongue. Mr. Wang remarked, the food I had at the state banquet in Q country doesn't even compare to this. Initially, they thought that this restaurant with its great service and beautiful decor would probably only have mediocre food. To their surprise, the dishes were astonishingly delicious. Even a simple dish like vegetable tofu soup had a unique taste. The flavors lingered on their tongues. The foreign guests almost wished they could swallow their tongues along with the food. After the meal, there were exquisite desserts. Normally, men did not care much for desserts. However, today, a small piece of tiramisu had them bending over backward. It was simply too delicious, wasn't it? The group had arrived at 11 in the morning. After dining and discussing business, they didn't leave until 4 in the afternoon. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New Zero. Omicron. Mr. Wang, well, consider the cooperation matter settled then. Yes. Mr. Wang handshake with Shangguan Su. They continued their conversation as they headed downstairs. While descending the stairs, Shangguan Su suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Brother. Ni Yang approached to greet him. Since the relationship between Shangguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua had been confirmed, Ni Yang had also started calling him brother. Seeing Shangguan Su here, of course, she would take the initiative to say hello. Yang. Shangguan Su nodded, turned to Mr. Wang, and introduced, this is my sister Ni Yang. Yang, this is Mr. Wang. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wang. In the catering business, etiquette is paramount, so Ni Yang extended her right hand first. Hello. Mr. Wang looked at Shangguan Su in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful sister. Mr. Wang knew that Shangguan Su had a twin sister named Shangguan Shi, whom he had met before. Although Shangguan Shi was also pretty, she was not as stunning as the girl in front of him now. Since Ni Yang's surname was Ni, she certainly wasn't his biological sister. Shangguan Su modestly replied, Mr. Wang, you flatter her. Ni Yang added, brother, I have some things to do, so I won't disturb you. All right. Shangguan Su nodded. Ni Yang politely nodded to the group and continued to the third floor. The third floor was designated for VIP customers. Could it be that Ni Yang was also a VIP customer here? Shangguan Su contemplated. Ni Yang ran 4 milk tea shops and noodle restaurants, totaling 8 stores, and their monthly profits were unimaginable. Being a VIP client of this restaurant was perfectly normal. Actually, Ni Yang was here to check the accounts. The office was conveniently located at the far end of the third floor. Mr. Wang was a highly influential person in their circle. The people accompanying him today were also not ordinary. After their glowing recommendations, the restaurant became quickly popular in their circle. The remaining membership cards were all sold within a day, and the second floor private rooms even had to be booked 2 days in advance. In a short time, the restaurant made quite a stir in the industry. Many people were itching to try, wishing to emulate their success. Since she injured her face, Shangguan Furong had not left the house for 3 days. Only after the marks on her face had completely disappeared, she arranged to meet Jia Xinjin and other wealthy housewives for a game of mahjong and afternoon tea. Just as Shangguan Furong left in her carriage, Lin Fong arrived. It was the butler who received Lin Fong as usual. "Comrade Lin Fong, your timing is quite unlucky. The lady of the house just left," he said. Lin Fong replied, regret written all over her face. "Oh. Really? When will Mrs. Xiao be back?" The butler shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure." "Who is it?" Madame Zhao emerged from inside the house. The butler answered, "Madam, this is the lady of the house's friend, Comrade Lin Fong." Lin Fong said with a smile, "Hello, madam." "Oh, Xiaolin. Do come in and have a seat." Madame Zhao invited Lin Fong inside warmly. "All right," Lin Fong nodded, following Madame Zhao into the house. The butler was puzzled, since when did Lin Fong and Madame Zhao become so familiar? Meanwhile, Shangguan Furong was busy playing mahjong with a few wealthy ladies. She had lost several rounds consecutively. On top of that, one was boasting about her newly purchased anti-aging cream with skin rejuvenating properties, and another was showing off her new acquisitions. Shangguan Furong was so irritated that she nearly overturned the mahjong table. "What's going on with you today, Furong? Your luck is so bad. Are you bothered by something?" Jia Xinjin asked. Shangguan Furong drew a mahjong tile. "I have been dealing with a troublesome matter recently." "What is it?" "Do tell." Jia Xinjin was extremely curious. It was well known that Shangguan Furong held a high status in her home. Neither her mother-in-law at the top nor her husband at the bottom dared to upset her. And now she was having troubles. It was unheard of. Just unbelievable. East wind. Another wealthy lady tossed a mahjong tile into the river and added, "Exactly, do tell us. Perhaps we might be able to help." These people, they're not really interested in helping her. All they're waiting for is a good laugh. Shangguan Furong calmly eyed each person and continued, "Actually, it's not my problem. This issue involves my friend's daughter. She's quite rebellious. At the tender age of 18 or 19, she's already dating and looking to settle down. What's more, the guy she's with has a notorious reputation." Shangguan Furong cleverly turned Ni Yang into her friend's daughter. Jia Xinjin commented, "Having a clueless daughter is really unfortunate for your friend." The others agreed, "When stuck with such a clueless daughter, there's nothing to do but accept your fate." "Actually, I have a solution." The wealthy lady with curled hair spread her mahjong tiles on the table. "I made a flower upon a Kong. I've won. Pay up. Pay up." The other three tossed their money into the river. Shangguan Furong said, "Manlin, you say you have a solution, what is it?" The wealthy lady with curled hair continued, "Why not introduce her to someone better? With parents' orders and matchmakers' words, she can't possibly refuse, right?" Shangguan Furong laughed immediately, "You're right. I'll discuss this with my friend." Indeed. Why hadn't she thought of this solution herself? She could introduce Ni Yang to someone far superior. A man from a background that matches the Shangguan family status. At that time, Ni Yang would undoubtedly be grateful to her. Shangguan Furong's mood immediately improved. Her improved mood brought better luck, and she won several rounds in a row. The ladies once again badgered Shangguan Furong for a treat. "So it's the end of the month, and money is tight. Furong, you've won so much today, you must treat us to a good meal." Shangguan Furong laughed, "Look at you guys, casting your ambitions so low. I've always said that a woman should control the household finances. How can you let a man be in charge?" Among these wealthy women, including Jia Xinjin, who wasn't reliant on her husband for pocket money. Shengguan Furong was the only one distributing money to her husband. Everyone was green with envy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Seeking Trouble at Your Doorstep. Letting off steam. _1inch Furong, oh how we all envy you. You've got such a good life. You can make your husband dance to your tunes. Exactly, exactly. Furong, how do you manage to do it? Can you teach the rest of us? In an era where the concept of men being superior to women hasn't faded entirely, how many women could be like Shengguan Furong? The group mumbled in admiration of Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong herself enjoyed the envious glances from everyone else and laughed. There's not much to it, really. You all just need to be a bit more dominant, don't be so submissive. What's there to fear about men? Furong, you make it sound so simple. Do you think everyone's husband is like your Zhao Xin? Someone who tolerates all hits and bullying. As for my husband, I just hope he doesn't throw tantrums and cut my pocket money. I would be thankful for that. Shengguan Furong laughingly said, True, my husband, Zhao Xin, is like a mouse seeing a cat when he sees me. I call him to the east, and he wouldn't dream of even looking to the south. Everyone envied Shengguan Furong and eventually, the topic came back to food and they started discussing where to eat. Speaking of which, I heard that there's a unique restaurant in Beijing that serves great food, with enthusiastic service and decoration like the Yaoqi Wonderland, said a lady rich in curls. Really? Jia Xinjin asked. Indeed. A friend of mine told me the desserts there are wonderful. They have mousse cakes and tiramisu and so on. Source, web novel. Com updated on N0 New. Omicron, even my husband mentioned it. He went there with a certain Mr. Wang. Oh, and Furong, your nephew Shengguan Su was also there. Shengguan Furong smirked, what's so magical about this restaurant? Is it really that exaggerated? I think it's called Heavenly Fragrance. It's right around Yurtist Road. Shengguan Furong stood up from the chair, all right, let's go to that Heavenly Fragrance place then. Oh, you are saying Heavenly Fragrance? Yes, I have also heard of this restaurant. Jia Xinjin continued, it's terrific. They have this third floor dedicated exclusively for VIP customer service. Only people of status and prestige in Beijing can get in there. I wish I could get a membership card from them. Shengguan Furong laughed, I've never seen such a restaurant in Beijing. Let's check it out, and maybe also get a membership card. Jia Xinjin said, but I've heard that the membership cards for Heavenly Fragrance have been sold out. It's impossible to apply now. Shengguan Furong snorted softly, with money, what membership card can't you get? It's just a restaurant, what's the big deal? They left the house and walked towards Heavenly Fragrance together. Heavenly Fragrance is located in the busiest street on Yurtist Road. The signboard carries 4 powerful characters. There were no people waiting outside the door. Shengguan Furong snorted with contempt, wasn't there supposed to be a queue? It seems deserted. Jia Xinjin laughed, definitely, the so-called Heavenly Fragrance is nothing special. The other two also looked unimpressed. So this was the much-hyped Heavenly Fragrance. They only realized what a bustling place it was after they stepped through the door of Heavenly Fragrance. In the restaurant, there were separate outer and inner halls. A light veil divided the outside and inside halls. Subtle sandalwood incense was burning in the corner. A young woman dressed in hanfu was sitting before a spectacular pile of leaves, playing a pipe. It felt as alluring as a woman hidden behind her pipe. Though the queue was in the outer hall, the serene environment didn't make it seem crowded or noisy. Instead, it was quite charming and made people linger. Oh my gosh! There really is a queue! Jia Xinjin exclaimed. This place is so beautiful. Even the waitstaff's clothes look pretty. Even Shengwan Furong was taken aback by the place. It was indeed different from other restaurants. This way, please. Is it a party of 4? A waitress in Hanfu approached them. Yes. Shengwan Furong nodded, there are 4 of us. The waitress led them to a table. We'll have to wait a little longer, we are booked on the inside. As soon as they sat down, someone provided them with tea and sunflower seeds. Hey, are these ancient Chinese clothes you're wearing? Jia Xinjin asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Asking for Trouble at Your Doorstep. Venting Your Anger. _2. This is the Han Chinese traditional costume, the Chiru Hanfu. Jia Xinjin nodded, oh, where did you buy this one? It's so gorgeous. It makes her want to buy a set. Our boss had this custom made at a factory. She personally designed the patterns and styles. The traditional Chiru Hanfu has wide sleeves, but we have modified it to narrow sleeves for serving convenience. Your boss is quite proficient. Jia Xinjin exclaimed. By the way, this is your queue number. The waiter handed Shengwan Furong a white strip of paper. The paper was written number 58. What does this 58 mean? Shengwan Furong asked. The waiter explained, you are the 58th group of customers, there are 57 groups ahead of you. 57 groups are waiting ahead. Shengwan Furong exclaimed in surprise, you must be joking. Even if each group spends half an hour eating, they still have to wait 28 hours. The waiter laughed and said, don't worry, our table turnover rate is quite fast, and the interior is spacious too. Sometimes, when one group finishes, several tables are immediately available. You probably only have to wait for a couple of hours. Shengwan Furong couldn't even wait for 10 to 20 minutes, let alone a couple of hours. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron. New Omicron. Shengwan Furong continued, didn't I hear that you have some kind of VIP membership? Give us each one. With an apologetic look, the waiter said, I'm sorry, comrade, our VIP membership cards are all sold out. Frankly, their staff never imagined that the membership cards, priced over 800 yuan each, would one day be sold out. Even creating a shortage. Shengwan Furong asked again, how much is your membership card each? 888, the waiter replied. 888, to ordinary people, is astronomical, but for the wealthy, it's just a meal money, nothing more. Shengwan Furong pulled out a wad of bills from her wallet. Here, I have 1,600 yuan. Set me up with your membership card. Sorry, comrade, it's not about the money. There are many rich people in Beijing, who can readily offer thousands, but that still wouldn't get them a card. Our restaurant's membership card is limited. We are no longer issuing new ones. Limited edition again. She expected skincare products to be limited editions, but never thought restaurant dining would be limited too. Shengwan Furong pulled out another stack of bills. How about these? The waiter repeated his previous statement. Jia Xinjin said, young lady, just tell us how much you want, okay? Our Furong lacks nothing, least of all money. The two rich ladies next to her chipped in, that's right. Furong lacks nothing, especially not money. A smile slowly formed on Shengwan Furong's face. Comrades, this isn't about money. Our restaurant only issued 50 VIP cards. If you want to be members, you need to wait and see if anyone returns their cards. Typically, no one returns their cards. Given the booming business of the Gustianxiang, being a VIP customer and dining on the third floor has become a status symbol. In Beijing, it's rare for any high-end restaurant to achieve such popularity. The success of Gustianxiang has disrupted the traditional food market. Frustrated by the membership process, an angry Shengwan Furong asked, "Do members still need to line up?" "Not required," the waiter shook his head, "we have a designated VIP reception room." Shengwan Furong is the type who wants more when she realizes something isn't easily attainable. "Call your manager over. I need to speak with him." The waiter looked at Shengwan Furong and, noting her attire, realized she was no ordinary individual. He begrudgingly summoned the general manager. The general manager is Gulanji. She was a talent that Ni Yang had poached from a state-run large restaurant. "Hello." Gulanji greeted politely. As a general manager, Gulanji was not wearing hanfu, but a standard suit, a pencil skirt, and black high heels, with a walkie-talkie on her ear. She gave people the impression of a business elite. "I want a membership card." "Name your price," Shengwan Furong said to Gulanji. Gulanji raised an apologetic smile. "Ma'am, I think there may be some misunderstanding. The memberships of our restaurant are limited. We currently don't have additional spaces. No matter how much money you offer, our answer remains the same. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 657, Looking for Trouble at Your Doorstep. Letting off your steam. _3. Limited edition products, if sold exceptionally, would disrupt the market rules. If the first customer is an exception, and the second and third customers are not, it would offend the customers. If supplied unlimitedly, VIP cards would lose their significance and become cheapened. National Beauty treats all its customers the same. "I'm so sorry." Gulanji bowed to Shengwan Furong before turning around and leaving. Shengwan Furong wanted to say something else, but Jia Xinjin tugged at her arm. "Forget it, Furong, I've heard that the VIP card of National Beauty is hard to get. How about we just wait in line for a while?" No matter how much Shengwan Furong kicked up a fuss, they wouldn't issue her one. Reluctantly, she sat down. The wealthy woman with curled hair said, "Don't worry. My husband has been here with Mr. Wang before, he may be able to borrow a card from a friend. When he gets the card, he'll take you all to the third floor to experience it." Everyone has a sense of curiosity. The VIP lounge on the third floor was touted as something extraordinary, and everyone wanted to experience it. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhenshin's eyes lit up. She clung to the rich woman's arm and said, "That sounds great, Ian. We're all depending on you. You must keep your word. Don't sneak over there on your own when the time comes." Zhao Ian laughed, "No problem, it's a piece of cake for me." Source, web novel. Com updated on Omicron New Zero. Upon hearing this, Shengwan Furong felt even more distressed. She was supposed to be the one everyone was fawning over, so how did it become Zhao Yiyun all of a sudden? No, this can't be. She must also get a VIP card. Only then she could regain her status. After all, Zhao Yiyun was only borrowing from someone else. National Beauty had indeed a quick turnover rate, so they only waited for about an hour and a half before a table became available. The four wealthy women ordered 8 dishes, 3 desserts, and also ordered a strawberry milk tea. These wealthy women were used to eating exotic dishes, but this time, they were conquered by some seemingly ordinary food. Having the chance to eat such delicious food, let alone waiting in line for an hour and a half, they wouldn't mind waiting 10 hours. After leaving National Beauty, Shengwan Furong returned to Zhao family's residence. Lin Fong was sitting properly in the living room. Seeing Shengwan Furong enter, she immediately stood up and said with a smile on her face, Mrs. Zhao, you're back. Lin Fong. How come you're here? After all, Lin Fong was once going to be her sister-in-law, so Shengwan Furong had a reasonably good impression of her. Lin Fong smiled. Mrs. Zhao, I am here about that matter as usual. Of course, Shengwan Furong knew what that matter referred to. Lin Fong, my brother has already found a suitable partner. You can stop thinking about that matter. Although she did not like Enai Tsuihua at all, she would not show any dislike in front of outsiders. Lin Fong looked disappointed and sighed. It seems that I am not destined to be with Mr. Shengwan. Mrs. Zhao, thank you for your consideration during this time. By the way, this is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. As she finished speaking, Lin Fong put the gift box she was holding on the coffee table. The gift box was light green, very high-end and classy. Shengwan Furong instantly recognized it as the new Ice Skin Jade complexion product. Although it's not the Supreme Edition, it was still a limited edition, take it back. I really can't accept such a gift. Even though Shengwan Furong really wanted the limited edition product, she also deeply understood the principle of no reward without merit. Mrs. Zhao, I've been working with you for a long time and I think you're a very nice person. I feel a connection with you. I want to give you the Ice Skin Jade complexion not for any other reason, just to make friends with you. After a pause, Lin Fong added, Mrs. Zhao, you were born noble, and there's a natural grace about your every movement. Being your friend would be my good fortune. Of course, it would be my honor if you accept my gift. Lin Fang's words successfully lifted Shengwan Furong into the clouds. Who doesn't like a little flattery? Of course, in this era, there's no such thing as rainbow farts. This is called flattery. Got to say, Lin Fong accurately pinpointed Shengwan Furong's Achilles heel. Why not accept a gift and listen to someone flattering you at the same time? Shengwan Furong then said, in that case, I will accept it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Inviting Trouble. Venting for you. _4. What a shame that Lin Fong couldn't become my sister-in-law. If Lin Fong had become her sister-in-law, would she have been slapped by Shengwan Dehui for no reason? Further, Lin Fang's lineage is many times more prestigious than Ni Kuihua's. Lin Fong smiled and said, Mrs. Zhao, I knew you would be a good person. Shengwan Furong glanced at the gift box of exquisite beauty products, then turned to the servant standing by, unhappily saying, What are you doing? How could you not even pour a cup of tea for Lin Fong? Is this how you treat guests? I'm sorry, madam. I'll go pour the tea right away. Shengwan Furong smiled at Lin Fong. Servants are just servants, they have no discerning eyes. Don't mind them. Lin Fong replied, as long as you accept my gift, I'm already very happy, why would I mind? Lin Fong nodded her head. She was very satisfied with Lin Fang's cooperative attitude, and it was quite gratifying to feel superior. After some conversation, the two of them had developed a considerable bond. When Lin Fong was about to leave, Shengwan Furong invited her to come over and play more often, with a smile. After Lin Fong left. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Zero, Shengwan Furong recalled Ni Yang's matter, and the smile on her face gradually faded. She ordered the butler, prepare a list of all the unmarried men in our circle for me. Although the butler was slightly puzzled, he still did as he was told. Before long, Shengwan Furong had the list. After careful selection, Shengwan Furong finally chose a suitable candidate. She called Zhao Shen over and threw the document at him. What do you think of Qian Weiye? Zhao Shen was somewhat puzzled about Shengwan Furong's remark. Furong, what do you mean? Do you think he would match Ni Yang? Shangguan Furong continued. Zhao Shen said in surprise, Furong, are you trying to play matchmaker for them? That seems a bit inappropriate. The Qian family holds a significant status in Beijing, but Qian Weiye's daughter Qian Shaodai is the same age as Ni Yang. And there were rumors that his ex-wife was even the victim of domestic violence. What's inappropriate? Shangguan Furong's face turned cold. Qian family is wealthy and Weiye is capable. Marrying him would be Ni Yang's fortune from a past life. It's still uncertain whether they would favor her. Even if Qian Weiye isn't perfect, he is still much better than Immortality. Plus, Qian Weiye is the head of the family. With the Qian family's support, both the Shangguan and Zhao families would benefit. What does that deadbeat Immortality brings to the table? Once the elderly lady and gentleman Immo passed away, his good days would be over. The Shangguan family couldn't be expected to support him, could they? Ni Yang just wanted to marry a wealthy man, didn't she? Qian Weiye has plenty of money. He could certainly satisfy Ni Yang. Zhao Shen made a difficult attempt at persuading, but Qian Weiye is much older than Ni Yang. His daughter, Qian Shaodai, is already 19 years old. Ni Yang is just 18 this year. Isn't this just throwing her to the wolves? Shangguan Furong said, Immortality is also 28, isn't he? And doesn't Ni Yang like older men? Furong, this is a bit improper, what do you know? Shangguan Furong narrowed her eyes. If Qian Weiye takes a liking to Ni Yang, she should thank her lucky stars. You have no idea how many girls would give anything to marry into the Qian family. Zhao Shen still looked troubled. Shut up. Shangguan Furong rolled her eyes at Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen was scared into silence. Shangguan Furong continued, make me a cup of coffee. Ah, right. Zhao Shen turned and walked towards the door. Shangguan Furong leaned back against the headboard, thinking about Ni Yang's business while savoring her coffee, and did not go to sleep until midnight. Early the next morning, Shangguan Furong made a trip to the Qian family. The old lady Qian was over 90 this year but had retained excellent hearing and vision. She was incredibly energetic. I wondered why the magpies in my garden were chirping this morning. It turns out that a distinguished guest has come. Old lady Qian, you still remember me? Shangguan Furong was pleasantly surprised, but I did indeed come to bring you some good news today. Old lady Qian laughed and said, you are the youngest daughter of the Shangguan family, how can I not remember? Everyone in the privileged circle has some pull. They chatted a bit about other matters before Shangguan Furong broached the main subject. Hearing this, old lady Qian asked, how old is the girl this year? Can she still bear children? Qian Weiye only had a daughter, Qian Shaodai. The old lady Qian had been dreaming of holding another great-grandson. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, she can bear children. She's still very young. She's only 18 this year. It wouldn't matter if she wants to give birth to 10 or 8 kids. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Seeking Trouble at Your Door. Venting Your Frustration. _5. Oh. Really? There was a glint in old lady Qian's eyes, which weren't cloudy like one might expect. I wonder where the girl is from. Shangguan Furong sighed softly, to tell you something that may make you laugh, my brother has found someone recently. Shangguan Furong briefly introduced Ni Yang's circumstances to old lady Qian. After all, it can't be kept a secret once the two families become related by marriage. It's better to be honest. Upon hearing this, old lady Qian said, why don't you bring her over for me to meet her? Even though Ni Yang is Shangguan Dihui's stepdaughter, she's still acceptable when considering her status. After all, Qian Weiye isn't young anymore. Shangguan Furong then asked, when would you be available? Old Lady Qian laughed, I'm an old woman with nothing to do all day, I'm free anytime. Perfect, then let's leave it at that. Good. Old Lady Qian nodded. Shangguan Furong left the Qian family's house with a cheerful smile on her face. After leaving the Qian's home, Shangguan Furong decided to lower her status and dropped by the Ni family's house. When she arrived, Ni Yang wasn't home. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Seeing Shangguan Furong, Ni Tsuihua received her warmly. This visitor was, after all, Shangguan Dihui's sister. Furong, come and sit over here. Shangguan Furong stood there, no need to be so formal, I only have a few words to say and then I'll leave. Go ahead. Shangguan Furong continued, around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, ask Ni Yang to come to my house to see me. Ni Tsuihua frowned slightly, what do you need to see Yang Yang for? Shangguan Furong initially wanted to lose her temper. Who was this rural woman to question her? It was already a favor to Ni Tsuihua that she had come here to the countryside. But in the blink of an eye, Shangguan Furong changed her expression and laughed, Sister Dia, look at your questioning, Im Yang Yang's and RNI. What could I possibly do to harm her? She couldn't fall out with Ni Tsuihua before the matter was settled. Ni Tsuihua said, if you don't state what it's about, how can I tell Yang Yang? She always felt that Shangguan Furong had no good intentions. This future little aunt didn't seem like an easy person to deal with. Shangguan Furong's eyes shifted, she then said, it's like this, Sister Dia. The mother of a friend of mine has recently been unwell. Yang Yang is a doctor, right? So I was going to have her come to look at the old woman. Is that so? Ni Tsuihua asked. Of course. Shangguan Furong laughed, you're not suggesting that I would sell Yang Yang, are you? After Ni Yang returned home, Ni Tsuihua told her all about it. Yang Yang, I always feel like Shangguan Furong was acting a bit strange today. Maybe you should not go. Ni Yang smiled faintly, an army's approach can be deflected, just as the flow of water can be diverted, some matters can't be avoided. And, I would like to see what kind of medicine Shangguan Furong has in her gourd. Just be careful then. Hum. Ni Yang nodded. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Ni Yang went to her appointment on time. The Zhao family's house wasn't hard to find. Ni Yang rode her bicycle there. When she arrived, Shangguan Furong was already at the door waiting for her. Seeing Ni Yang, Shangguan Furong had a mocking look on her face. Poor people are always poor. She even arrived on a bicycle. Isn't she ashamed? Don't you usually love wearing cheongsams? Why didn't you wear one today? Ni Yang was dressed in a very ordinary outfit of jeans and a t-shirt that day. Cheongsams are so pretty. They even highlight the figure. The Qian family are wealthy and esteemed, Ni Yang was dressed so plainly, what if the Qians don't take to her? Ni Yang replied casually, what's wrong with me wearing this? Shangguan Furong continued, never mind, let's go. Remember to speak less after we get there. Ni Yang looked good no matter what she wore, so Shangguan Furong didn't bother telling her to change. The two got into the car and shortly after, they arrived at the Qian family's house. The Qian family's house was situated in a rich community, and the villa was even more luxurious than those of the Zhao and Shangguan families. As Shangguan Furong walked, she watched Ni Yang's expression. She was hoping that Ni Yang would be amazed by such a luxurious building. Only by fascinating Ni Yang could Shangguan Furong get the upper hand. However, Ni Yang remained serene, her clear face held no expression at all. Ha! What an actress! Shangguan Furong had a mocking look on her face. Ni Yang must have screamed internally several times already, hadn't she? A vain girl like her, doesn't she just love money? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Bringing Trouble to Your Doorstep. Venting Your Anger. _6. Who knows, she might even be deliriously happy once Qian Weiye takes notice of her. Upon seeing Shengguan Furong bringing in Ai Yang, the butler came out to warmly welcome them. Mrs. Zhao is here, please come inside. The two entered the hall. Mrs. Qian and Qian Weiye were sitting on the couch in the living room. Furong is here, please, have a seat. Mrs. Qian promptly stood up from the sofa. Shengguan Furong then introduced, Mrs. Qian, this is my niece, and Ai Yang. Yang, this is Mrs. Qian and Mr. Qian. And Ai Yang politely greeted, Mrs. Qian, Mr. Qian. The moment Qian Weiye laid his eyes on Ai Yang, he was stunned. Stunning. Incredibly stunning. Qian Weiye was very pleased with Ai Yang and voluntarily introduced himself, Yang, I'm Qian Weiye, you can simply call me Weiye. Ai Yang slightly frowned, I apologize Mr. Qian, but I'm not used to strangers calling me by my nickname. You can just use my full name. Shengguan Furong's face turned cold, she sharply turned towards Ai Yang, flashing her a warning look. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New, The Unworthy Girl. She then laughed and said, Mr. Qian, please do not mind. Yang has always been straightforward. Why would I? Responded Qian Weiye. The young people these days have their own temperaments. After all, a lifeless fish isn't entertaining, is it? Glad you don't mind. Being as insightful as Ai Yang, she had already figured out Shengguan Furong's true intentions. She turned to her and asked, Aunt Furong, you mentioned there was an elderly person seriously ill here who needed my medical help. Is Mrs. Qian the person you were referring to? Hearing this, the smile on Shengguan Furong's face immediately froze. What is this insolent girl talking about? Mrs. Qian also looked displeased. As one grows old, they pay great heed to such matters. And here Ai Yang was, implying that she was sick. This seemed nothing less than a curse. Ai Yang continued, Aunt Furong, didn't you tell me Mrs. Qian was seriously ill and bedridden? How come you're speechless now? Mrs. Qian's face grew angrier with each passing moment. How dared Shengguan Furong deceive her like this? Shut up. Shengguan Furong barked, when did I ever say such thing? If those weren't your words, then why would I bring this medicine box with me? Ai Yang glanced to the medicine box slung over her left shoulder. Shengguan Furong immediately tried to explain to Mrs. Qian, let me explain, that's not the way things are. Before Mrs. Qian could speak, Qian Weiye intervened, Mrs. Zhao, there's no need for explanations. I understand. Mom, please bring out the item. Although Mrs. Qian wasn't pleased, when her son spoke, she had no choice but to comply. At least Ai Yang was pretty. As for her temper, it could be adjusted over time. Mrs. Qian took off the silver bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Qian Weiye. Qian Weiye handed it to Shengguan Furong, Mrs. Zhao, this bracelet is especially meant for my future wife. Upon hearing that, Shengguan Furong was over the moon. She never had expected that even after Ai Yang's display, the Qian family would still favor her. This was truly a fantastic turn of events. Shengguan Furong happily accepted the bracelet, smiling, Mr. Zhao, I guess our families will officially be related from now on. Ai Yang chuckled, I never thought Aunt Furong would consider remarriage. As your junior, I wish you and Mr. Qian a happy and fruitful life together. Those words turned everyone's faces sour. Especially Shengguan Furong and Qian Weiye. Qian Weiye was just in his 40s. And Ni Yang daringly referred to him as grandfather. Shengguan Furong was seething. Who was Qian Weiye? Did he think he deserved her? Ni Yang, the abominable girl, was clearly getting out of hand. Shengguan Furong went to Ni Yang's side. What are you blabbering about? This bracelet is a gift from Mr. Qian to you. Considering the wealth and status of Mr. Qian, it's your good fortune that he's interested in you. Today, I will decide on your behalf that you will be engaged to Mr. Qian. Shengguan Furong was informing Ni Yang, not negotiating. This marriage was beneficial for both the Shengguan and Zhao families. Ni Yang should be grateful and had no right to object. You'll decide. Ni Yang said with a faint smile, since when did my affairs become your business? Be clear of your place. Just because I called you aunt doesn't mean you get to act like an elder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Courting Trouble at Your Doorstep. Letting you vent. _7 If it weren't for Shengguan Dehue, Ni Yang wouldn't even bother with Shengguan Furong. You! How dare you talk to me like this? Shengguan Furong was so angry that her blood was boiling. She thrust the bracelet in front of Ni Yang. Ni Yang, let me tell you, you have to accept this bracelet today whether you want it or not. Otherwise, your mother can forget about ever entering the Shengguan family's mansion. Who does Ni Yang think she is to look down on Qian Weiye? Ni Yang sticks out her hand and takes the bracelet. Seeing this, Shengguan Furong felt relieved. She always knew that Ni Yang, that greedy girl, would definitely not be able to resist Qian Weiye, the wealthy man. But before Shengguan Furong could react, the silver bracelet was slipped onto her wrist by Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled, wish you both a long and happy life together. I'm leaving now. With that said, Ni Yang turned around and walked away. Shengguan Furong was furious. She tried to take off the bracelet, but it had already been tightened by Ni Yang to the size of her wrist. At this point, it was impossible to remove it. The bracelet was supposed to be adjustable, but Ni Yang must have tampered with it. Now the bracelet was stuck as if it was glued. No matter how hard she tried, it just wouldn't loosen. Shengguan Furong's hand was even scraped, but she couldn't remove the bracelet. She angrily looked at Qian Weiye. What are you standing there for? I've already promised her to you, go get her back. Source, web novel. Com updated on new. This Qian Weiye is just as useless as Xiao Xin. Oh, okay. Qian Weiye hurriedly chased after her. Ni Yang had just walked out of the mansion's main entrance. Qian Weiye came from behind and pounced on her, Yang. Ni Yang was on guard earlier. She stepped aside, causing Qian Weiye to miss and fall face first onto the ground. Ni Yang, Shengguan Furong has already decided to betroth you to me. You are now my fiancé. You will marry me one day. You can't run away. Ni Yang looked down at Qian Weiye. Mr. Qian, you're mistaken. It's me who betrothed Shengguan Furong to you. After all, Shengguan Furong is the one who accepted your family heirloom. Qian Weiye snorted. What makes you think you can decide Shengguan Furong's fate? Ni Yang nodded slightly. That's a very good question. Then may I ask what gives Shengguan Furong the right to decide my fate? Mr. Zhao, be careful. I might report your family to the police station for trafficking innocent girls. With that said, Ni Yang turned away and left. Qian Weiye angrily grabbed a handful of soil, rose, and walked back to the house. Shengguan Furong, are you playing games with me on purpose? Qian Weiye grabbed Shengguan Furong by the collar. He had heard that Qian Weiye was a bastard, even beating his own wife to death. How could Shangguan Furong not be scared? This was not going according to her plan. She had thought that Ni Yang, just a village girl, would be easy to manipulate. She didn't expect that Ni Yang had slipped out of her control. That Ni Yang, that shameless girl. How ungrateful she was. Shangguan Furong took a deep breath. Mr. Qian, we're family. Speak nicely, don't be rough. Whose family with you? Shangguan Furong put on a smile. Mr. Qian, you are about to marry my niece. Aren't we family? Don't worry, Mr. Qian. If Ni Yang's mother wants to marry into the Shangguan family, she has to get past me. So, I definitely have a way to make Ni Yang marry you. Are you for real? Qian Weiyan narrowed his eyes. Of course it's true. Shangguan Furong nodded. I won't hide it from you. Ni Yang is just a country girl. Being able to marry you is a blessing she has acquired from countless past lives. Relax, leave this matter to me. Fine. Qian Weiya let go of Shangguan Furong's collar. I will trust you this one time. Shangguan Furong continued, just wait for your bride. I assure you I'll get Ni Yang nice and obedient for you, even more so than a kitten. I'll trust you this one time. Just as Ni Yang walked out of the Qian family mansion, a black car drove by her side. After about 10 seconds, the same car came back. The car window lowered, revealing a handsome face, Yang. Brother Imo. Ni Yang looked at Imo Qishan, somewhat surprised. Imo Qishan quickly got out of the car and opened the door. Yang, what are you doing here? Ni Yang looked around. Let's get in the car and talk. All right. Imo Qishan nodded in agreement and opened the car door for Ni Yang. Once in the car, Ni Yang said, I came here with Shangguan Furong. Imo Qishan paused for a moment. Usually, Ni Yang would address Shangguan Furong as Aunt Furong. Why did she directly call out her name today? Ni Yang was typically not a rude person. Could it be that Shangguan Furong did something to provoke her? Yang, what happened? Did Shangguan Furong bully you? Imo Qishan asked. Ni Yang laughed. She could never bully me. It's just that something quite disgusting happened. Before coming to the Qian family, Ni Yang had truly not thought that Shangguan Furong harbored such intentions. It was absolutely disgusting. Do tell. Imo Qishan asked, turning on the car's music system. Ni Yang briefly explained the situation. She originally had no intention to hide this from Imo Qishan. Imo Qishan's eyes darkened, containing a hint of monstrous rage, emitting a dangerous aura. He had initially not wanted to stoop to Shangguan Furong's level. After all, she was just a scheming, malicious woman. But Shangguan Furong should not have involved Ni Yang. Now, he wouldn't be polite to her anymore. Imo Qishan's hand on the steering wheel tightened gradually, his knuckles turning slightly pale. If Ni Yang were an ordinary girl, she might have already fallen victim to Qian Weiya's harassment. The mere thought of Ni Yang nearly being bullied made Imo Qishan feel suffocated. He tried to suppress the anger welling up inside him, and spoke softly, Boss, I will avenge you for this. His voice was quiet and calm, but it carried an unsettling aura. Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh. Really? No. Imo Qishan lightly pinched her nose. Ni Yang leaned slightly towards him and hugged him. Brother Imo, you're so nice. Imo Qishan hugged her back. Thank you for the praise, boss. The hug only lasted for a few seconds. Ni Yang let go of him, rolled up his sleeve to reveal his glittering robust wristwatch. It's already past 11. Brother Imo, should we go for lunch? Sure. Imo Qishan nodded. Where do you want to go? Ni Yang continued. I suddenly feel like having stinky tofu and crossing the bridge noodles. Would you like to join? Sure. It's been a long time since I last had these. They went to a street of diners, had lunch, and then went to a movie. Finally, Mo Chishan drove Ni Yang home. In the end, the luxury car stopped in front of a business building. Mo Chishan got out of the car. His originally smiling face was now solemn. His thin lips pressed together, and his eyes held a stormy hue, causing everyone around to feel anxious. What's wrong with the gentleman today? How terrifying! Mo Chishan made his way to the top floor and opened the door of his office. He sat on the leather Bosch chair, loosened his tie, and finally picked up the phone. Bring Qian Weiye to me. And tell Morris to prepare a dossier on the Zhao family and Shengguan Furong for me right away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, The Show Begins. _1 Upon finishing his sentence, Mo Chishan hung up the phone. His face, usually stone-cold, appeared to be enveloped by an impenetrable layer of ice. Shengguan Furong on the other end was still unaware of all that had taken place. After leaving the Zhao family, she had made her way to the Shengguan family residence. Shengguan Furong rushed into the living room, and upon not seeing her mother, asked one of the servants, "Where's Mum?" "The dowager is resting in her room," the servant replied. Shengguan Furong immediately began ascending the stairs, knocking on the door loudly, "Mum! Mum! Mum!" A moment later, her mother appeared, wrapped in a robe. "What's the rush all about?" Shengguan Furong replied with a smile, "I've brought good news, of course." "And what good news could you possibly have?" The dowager stepped aside to allow Shengguan Furong in the room. Shengguan Furong then said, "Mum, I've found Ni Yang a great potential match." The dowager furrowed her brows slightly. "What did you say?" "I said, I've found a good family that matches our status in the Shengguan family for Ni Yang," Shengguan Furong repeated. "The Qian family holds notable prestige, and Qian Weiye is the head of the family." Source, web novel. Com, updated on New Zero. The dowager had no reason to object. As long as the dowager is on board, Ni Yang would have to agree. "Yang already has a boyfriend, there's no need for you to meddle," the dowager expressed her displeasure. "You're talking about Mo Chishan." A dismissive look flashed across Shengguan Furong's face. "You're well aware of Mo Chishan's reputation." "Mum, rest assured, this time, I've truly found a good man for Ni Yang. He's leagues better than Mo Chishan." "Furong, did your brother's slap not wake you up the last time?" The dowager looked at Shengguan Furong. Mention of the slap made Shengguan Furong's expression turn cold. She had not even held the incident against Shengguan Dehui, yet their mother was bringing it up again. Wasn't this deliberately meant to humiliate her? "Mum, I've been thinking of you all as my family, that's why I've been running around trying to find Ni Yang a good match. But all you do is dismiss my goodwill as worthless." The dowager sighed. "Furong, if you truly cared about our family, you'd keep your nose out of where it doesn't belong." With her grandchildren all grown up and Shengguan Dehui having found his own happiness, all that the dowager wanted now was to live out her remaining years in peace. Why was Shengguan Furong always stirring up trouble instead of living a quiet life? Why did she have to give birth to such a daughter? How is this meddling? "I'm doing this for our family's good. Do you think I like meddling in Ni Yang's affairs?" If it weren't for the fact that Ni Tsuehua was marrying Shengguan Dehui, she wouldn't even spare Ni Yang a glance. Lin Fong was so eager to marry into a rich family, yet she didn't introduce Qian Weiye to her. In the end, not only did she gain nothing, but she also stirred up a lot of trouble. What a thankless world this was. Shengguan Furong continued, "Mum, the person I'm introducing to Ni Yang is Qian Weiye." You're acquainted with Lady Qian too. And Qian Weiye agreed to this match. Now, we're only waiting for your approval. As long as you give the go-ahead, there's nothing Ni Yang can complain about. After all, she's just a country girl. Qian Weiye taking a liking to her is an unimaginable stroke of luck. What? The dowager turned pale with rage, her breathing labored. What did you say? Qian Weiye. Do you have any idea how old Qian Weiye is this year? Shengguan Furong, you've gone too far. What's wrong with Qian Weiye? Aren't they just a bit older than Ni Yang? Aside from the age gap, how is Qian Weiye not superior to Immortality? Mom, Ni Yang isn't your biological granddaughter, why are you protecting her so much? Given her background, marrying Qian Weiye would be a stroke of good fortune. Although Ni Zuihua was going to marry Shengguan Dehui, the relationship between Ni Yang and the Shengguan family was still not close. If it were Shengguan's biological granddaughter who was to marry Qian Weiye, that would definitely not have been suitable. After all, whoever Qian Weiye marries essentially becomes his concubine. The dowager trembled all over. Shengguan Furong had gone too far. This was outrageous. She was already seething with anger after hearing these words. How would Ni Yang react if she heard them? Shengguan Furong continued, Mum, you're not a fool. You know exactly what the pros and cons are. If Ni Yang marries Qian Weiye, our Shengguan family are the ones who will benefit. If Ni Yang were to be with Immortality, everyone would only end up laughing at the Shengguan family's expense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, The Show Begins. _2. Shut up. The old Mrs. Shengguan, unable to contain her anger, slapped Shengguan Furong squarely across the face. Caught off guard, Shengguan Furong's face immediately sported a visible handprint and her words came to an abrupt halt. She hit her. Old Mrs. Shengguan actually hit her. A few days ago, it was her own brother that hit her. Now, it's her own mother. Moreover, it was all because of Ni Yang. Misfortune. They, mother and daughter, were truly a curse. Old Mrs. Shengguan continued, a daughter married off is like a bucket of water poured out. You have no right to interfere in Ni Yang's affairs. Old Mrs. Shengguan really didn't want to speak so harshly to Shengguan Furong. After all, in her eyes, her children were all equal. But Shengguan Furong was just too excessive. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 0, Mother, what did you say? Shengguan Furong looked at old Mrs. Shengguan in disbelief. I said a daughter married off is like a bucket of water poured out. Can't you understand me? Old Mrs. Shengguan continued, before, your brother indulged you, no matter how excessive you were, he wouldn't grudge you. But this time it's different. Furong, I hope you can recognize your position. You're 36 years old, not 16. Can you think about the consequences before you speak or act? Staring at old Mrs. Shengguan, Shengguan Furong looked as if she was seeing a stranger. 36 years. This was the second time old Mrs. Shengguan had spoken such harsh words to her. The other time was on the way back from Ni Kuihua's home. Everything I did was for the Shengguan family. Shengguan Furong cried hysterically, fine. It's my fault. I'm meddling in others' business. Okay. From today on, I'll stop caring about these damn things, okay? Shengguan Furong picked up a vase and smashed it hard on the ground. Crash, shards flew in all directions. The maids cleaning downstairs were greatly startled by this sudden crash. Old Mrs. Shengguan watched Shengguan Furong's retreating figure, shaking her head helplessly. This child is getting more and more irresponsible, and the real hardships are yet to come. Shangguan Farong, covering her left face, made her way downstairs. The passing servant, seeing her like this, dared not to approach and ask what happened. Just then, Shangguan Shi returned from outside. "Aunt, what happened to you? Get out." Shangguan Farong, still enraged, pushed Shangguan Shi away. Caught off guard, Shangguan Shi was pushed to the ground, hitting her head on the corner of a table. "Miss, are you all right?" The servants rushed over and helped Shangguan Shi up. "I'm fine." Shangguan Shi, supported by the servant, stood up and rubbed her nape. "What happened to my aunt?" The servant pointed to the ceiling and whispered, "It seems like there was some disagreement between the miss and old madam, huh?" Shangguan Shi frowned slightly. Ignoring her headache, she ran upstairs immediately. Upstairs, old Mrs. Shangguan sat on the sofa, her face filled with worry. She was reflecting on herself. It was she who had spoiled Shangguan Farong. It was she who hadn't taught Shangguan Farong well. "Grandma." Shangguan Shi sat down next to old Mrs. Shangguan. "Xiaoxi." A forced smile appeared on old Mrs. Shangguan's face. Shangguan Shi tried to break the news gently. "Grandma, I just saw my aunt leaving in tears." "What happened between you two?" Old Mrs. Shangguan sighed, recounted the whole story to Shangguan Shi. Hearing this, Shangguan Shi was shocked. "It's horrifying. What kind of person is Qian Weiye? A scumbag who even beat his wife to death. What Shangguan Farong did was like pushing Ni Yang into a flaming pit. How could my aunt do such a thing?" Shangguan Shi frowned. Yang must be very angry now. "We must not let my aunt affect Aunt Dia and Dad's relationship. After all, it was not easy for Dad and Aunt Dia to finally be together." "Exactly." Old Mrs. Shangguan agreed. "Xiaoxi, it's good that you are back. Let's go to Aunt Dia's house together and explain everything to Aunt Dia and Yang properly." "Okay." Shangguan Shi nodded. Under the cover of night, they took a car to the Ni family home. When they arrived, the Ni family was having their meal. The whole family were gathered around the table, laughing and dining, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Aunt Dia, Aunt Ni, Yang. Shangguan Shi greeted them politely. "Grandma, Sister Xiaoxi, why are you here?" Ni Yang stood up in surprise. Yang, we, the Shangguan family, have wronged you." Old Mrs. Shangguan walked over, holding Ni Yang's hand with an apologetic face. "We made you suffer such injustice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 664, The Show Begins. _3. What's going on? Ni Tsuehua and Ni Qinggue were puzzled. Ni Yang had started cooking as soon as they got home and hadn't had time to tell Ni Tsuehua about it yet. The Shangguan matriarch sighed. "It's all my fault for not raising my daughter right." She then recounted the entire incident. On hearing this, the faces of Ni Tsuehua and Ni Qinggue darkened. Hadn't Shangguan Farong overstepped her bounds? She had even set her sights on Ni Yang. The one consolation was that the matriarch of the Shangguan family was reasonable. If the Shangguan matriarch and Shangguan Farong were of the same breed, then the Shangguan family would be no different from a den of beasts. The Shangguan matriarch continued, "It's my fault for not raising my daughter properly. Rest assured, Ni Yang, I will make Farong apologize to you personally. You deserve an explanation." Since the Shangguan matriarch was so reasonable, Ni Yang naturally wouldn't be petty. After all, the matriarch hadn't been aware of this situation before. If the situation had been encouraged by the Shangguan matriarch herself, then Ni Yang would never forgive her. All in all, this matter had nothing to do with the Shangguan matriarch. As long as Aunt Furong sincerely apologizes and changes her ways, we can pretend like nothing happened. However, if she keeps on the same course, don't blame me for being disrespectful. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on new. These last words seem to be a polite but firm warning. Although Ni Yang had decided not to push the matter further, she was not the type to suffer in silence. The Shengguan matriarch looked at Ni Yang with admiration in her eyes. This child was well raised by Ni Tsuihua. Deep down, she had a sense of indomitable spirit, without any arrogance. And she didn't take unfair advantage of the situation, despite having the upper hand. The Shengguan matriarch was certain that in the not-too-distant future, Ni Yang would surely achieve great things. Don't worry, Ni Yang, even if you don't do anything, I will take matters into my own hands to clean up the Shengguan family, she said. After finishing the topic, the Shengguan matriarch asked to leave. Ni Tsuhua said, "Aunt, it's late already. If you and Xiaoxi don't mind that we've already started eating, why don't you stay and have dinner with us?" Shengguan, she responded excitedly, "Sounds great, Aunt Dia. I love the food at your house." She had been worried that Ni Tsuehua might take her anger out on them because of Shengguan Furong's behavior. However, it seemed that Ni Tsuehua was not the unreasonable type. The Shengguan matriarch replied modestly, "Dia, we appreciate your hospitality." Ni Tsuehua brought in 2 new sets of bowls and chopsticks. "We're all family, there's no need for you to be so polite, Aunt." Ni Yang silently stood up, planning to head into the kitchen to whip up a couple more dishes. She had prepared just enough food for 3 adults and 1 child, but now with 2 more people, they would inevitably come up short. "Ni Yang, where are you off to?" Shengguan, she quickly noticed Ni Yang's movements. Ni Yang replied, "I'm going to cook a few more dishes." "Can I come with you?" Shengguan, she put down her chopsticks, "This way I could pick up a few tricks." "Sure." Ni Yang nodded. They both headed to the kitchen. Shengguan, she learned quite a few helpful cooking tips by following Ni Yang around. Qian Weiye was led to the top floor of a business building. A figure was seated on the boss chair with his back to him, revealing only an imposing silhouette. Even just the silhouette was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw it. This was an instinctive fear. After all, this man was the famous Mr. Mog. Qian Weiye's hands were shaking as he took a handkerchief out of his pocket. He was wiping his forehead, but sweat just kept pouring out, like an endlessly proliferating weed. "Mr. Qian, please sign this." Morris placed a document on the desk in front of Qian Weiye. Reading what was on that document, Qian Weiye's knees gave out and he landed on the floor. "Mr. Mog, I beg you, please spare me and the Qian family." He had no idea how he had offended this influential figure. With him in Mr. Mog's sights, it seemed that the Qian family was in trouble. "Do you know why you offended Mr. Mog?" Morris squatted down and patted Qian Weiye's face lightly. I don't know, because you offended someone you should never have offended." Morris explained in fluent Chinese, "You're so lowly, yet you dare to covet things above your station. You aspire to possess our lattice attention. Lady Mog. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 665, The Show Begins. _4. This left Qian Weiye even more stunned. "I didn't. I haven't even seen Mrs. Mog, how could I be a toad trying to eat swan meat? Mr. Mog, you must see clearly. This is a disaster out of nowhere." Qian Weiye felt he was even more wrong than Do Yi. "Think about it again," Morris said, increasing the force in his hand. Qian Weiye was shaking all over. He thought to himself, who on earth was Mrs. Mog? Qian Weiye lost his wife many years ago. He couldn't help but attract other women in his everyday life, but most of them were ordinary girls who he pacified very well afterward. Could it be? Qian Weiye felt a chill in his heart. Wouldn't the so-called Mrs. Mog be Ni Yang? Ni Yang was beautiful. Qian Weiye has seen countless women, but never seen such a distinctive one. It was normal for Mr. Mog to become her suitor. Could it really be her? Qian Weiye gulped. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Source: web novel. Com updated on Omicron knew that Shengguan Furong really ruined him. Mr. Mog, I am truly sorry. I have no eye for treasure. I am a toad who wants to eat swan meat. I didn't know Ni Yang was your wife. Please let me go. I promise this will never happen again. Qian Weiye was very repentant about his behavior, crying bitterly. You want next time? A cold voice came from the front as if it could freeze one's flesh and blood. It seems the real Mrs. Mog is indeed Ni Yang. I didn't guess it wrong. Qian Weiye froze in fear, and immediately started slapping his face. No, no, no. Mr. Mog, I was wrong. I didn't mean that. I'm just a worthless creature. I'm a beast, please don't stoop to my level. In no time at all, Qian Weiye had slapped himself into a pig's face. His face was full of handprints. The man turned his back to him and extended his hand to his assistant. Realizing, the assistant immediately handed him a cigar and a lighter. Click. The sound of the lighter echoed in the air, and smoke rose in front of him, as if a layer of snow had been laid around him. Qian Weiye crawled to him, knelt on the ground, and mumbled unclearly, Mr. Mog, please forgive this beast. This beast will never dare again. The man withdrew his disgusted foot, took a slow puff of smoke. Go and apologize to Yang Yang, ask her to forgive you. Okay. Qian Weiye immediately got up from the ground and ran outside. Only then did the man turn his head, revealing a sharp-featured face, a cigar hanging at the corner of his thin lips, looking at Morris by his side. Morris quickly understood and turned to follow Qian Weiye. Morris, who had been following him for a long time, naturally understood what he meant. If Qian Weiye had turned his head back at that moment, he would have realized that the renowned Mr. Mog was actually despised by everyone. Mo Qishan then reached out to Marcus. Where are the files on the Zhao family and Shengguan Furong? Here, answered Marcus respectfully, handing over the files. How handsome the master looks when he's furious for his woman. Marcus was extremely excited. Mo Qishan took the files and flipped through a few pages. Marcus then said, last night, Shengguan Furong returned to the Shengguan family. What was the Shengguan family's reaction? Mo Qishan asked. Marcus thought for a while, then said, old Madame Shengguan and Shengguan Furong had a big argument. Shengguan Furong was even slapped across the face. In the end, old Madame Shengguan personally went to Miss Ni's house. It was fortunate that Madame Shengguan was wise. If Madame Shengguan was the same as Shengguan Furong, those who would be unlucky this time would not be limited to just Shengguan Furong and Qian Weiye. Upon hearing this, Mo Qishan's previously tight face relaxed a bit. Marcus then asked, Sir, do you want me to invite Shengguan Furong over? No need. Mo Qishan closed the files. Come closer. Marcus walked over to Mo Qishan and bent down. Mo Qishan whispered something to him, and Marcus nodded. Okay, sir, I have it. This tactic of Mo Qishan, using someone's own methods against them, was absolutely ruthless. Shengguan Furong was about to face bad luck now. Ni family's house. Just as Ni Yang opened the gate, ready to go out, an unknown figure popped up. Grandma. Ni Yang slightly frowned. This man, whose face is swollen like a pig's head, does she know him? And he is calling her grandma, Does she look that old? Grandma, it's me. It's Qian Weiye. Qian Weiye spoke again. Ni Yang smiled lightly. It seems you didn't take my words to heart yesterday. So, do you want to try the taste of being hit with an A12 again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, The Show Begins. _5. No no no. Qian Weiye shook his head immediately, knelt on the ground with a thud, picked up a thick vine from the ground and held it in his hand. Granny, I'm here to apologize. Sorry, Granny. I was blind before, a toad craving after swan meat. I will never dare to do it again. I beg your mercy, please spare me this time. Ni Yang slightly squints her eyes. What is happening? Why did Qian Weiye change his behavior? Could it be Mo Kishin's work? Interesting. Ni Yang picked up the vine with a faint smile. In fact, Qian Weiye is not entirely to blame for this. After all, it was Shengguan Furong who took the initiative. By law, Qian Weiye can be considered an accomplice at most. Qian Weiye, you haven't been shy of forcing yourself on innocent girls in the past, have you? No, no. Qian Weiye shook his head immediately. I swear, Granny. I have never forced anyone, all those women were with me voluntarily. Ni Yang didn't say much else, she just broke the vine she had been holding in her hand with a simple snap. Qian Weiye, if you ever do anything disgraceful in the future, this broken vine will be your fate. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron. New Omicron, the vine is half an arm thick and quite resilient. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to break it with one hand. Qian Weiye's moral compass was reset again. He was so scared he began to kowtow. I will never do it again. Granny, I promise, I will never do it again. Get out. Ni Yang's red lips spoke lightly. Thank you, Granny, for your mercy. I'm leaving now. Qian Weiye seemed like he had received amnesty, picked up his knee, curled up into a ball and rolled away. Ni Yang. Just then, Ni Kuihua's voice came from inside the house. Yang, who is it outside? Ni Yang responded, just a passerby asking for directions. Zhao family. Shengguan Furong has been in an extremely bad mood these days. If Shengguan Dehui had been with Lin Fong from the beginning, none of this would have happened. It's all Ni Kuihua's fault. All her fault. Seeing Shengguan Furong in such a bad mood, both the old lady of the Zhao family and Zhao Shen were treading on eggshells around her, fearing they might add fuel to the fire. Just then, Lin Fong walked in from outside. She first greeted the old lady and Zhao Shen, and then came upstairs. Furong. After her active approach last time, their friendship has grown rapidly. Now she was free to come and go in the Zhao family's house. With her gentle character, even the servants of the Shengguan family liked her. Shengguan Furong, being a proud person, ignored Lin Fong, especially since she had been annoyed recently. Why are you here? Lin Fong did not get upset and said with a smile, Furong, I came to give you a present. What present? Shengguan Furong finally looked at Lin Fong with a hint of interest. This for you. Lin Fong took a black card out of her bag and handed it to Shengguan Furong. The black card was pitch black, with gold lines as decoration on the edges, and the 4 characters National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance on the left side. It looked very upscale and classy. What is this? Shengguan Furong asked. This is a membership card of National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance. Lin Fong continued, Furong, haven't you always wanted their membership card? This one is for you. The National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance membership card costs 888 yuan each. Obviously Lin Fong couldn't afford one, not to mention, it was limited edition. This black card was given to her by a mysterious person who claimed to want to help her. Is this really a membership card from National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance? Shengguan Furong looked at Lin Fong in surprise. Lin Fong nodded. Furong, given our relationship, do you think I would lie to you? Thank you then. Shengguan Furong suppressed the excitement in her heart. She was someone who had seen big scenes, how could she just show her emotions so easily? But she was really excited. With the National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrances membership card, she could now take that group of card-playing friends to their third floor for a surprise. By then, they will be so envious of her. Seeing Shengguan Furong like this, Lin Fong smirked, and then said, Furong, I have things to do at home, I won't bother you anymore. Wait a moment. Shengguan Furong called out to Lin Fong. What's the matter? Lin Fong turned around to look at Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong opened a jewelry box, and casually pulled out a necklace. I bought this necklace a long time ago and only wore it once, now I'm giving it to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, The Show Begins. _6. Lin Fong declined. Furong, I can't accept it. I only gifted you the membership card because I felt we had a strong connection, not because I'm after your stuff. Just take it. Shengguan Furong was not one to be petty. Helplessly, Lin Fong accepted it. After Lin Fong left, Shengguan Furong also departed the Zhao household. With Shengguan Furong's departure, the atmosphere in the Zhao house instantly lightened. The smile had returned to Grandma Zhao's face. Lin Fong, who had previously left, returned moments later. This time, she held a thermos to her hand. Grandma, I heard you often have headaches. I made you some gastrodia chicken soup specially. It's very good for the head. Lin Fong removed the lid from the thermos and ladled out a bowl of soup for Grandma Zhao. Thank you, Xiaolin. The old lady accepted the soup with a face full of smiles. As the matriarch of the Zhao family, was she lacking in chicken soup? What she lacked was a gesture of kindness. Shengguan Furong had never once shown such filial piety. Lin Fong was really wonderful. She was kind, gentle, and understanding. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 new Omicron, Omicron WHY hadn't Zhao Shen met such a good person. Grandma, Furong and I are good friends. Making you a bowl of soup is no big deal, I just hope you don't mind, Lin Fong said. Look at you, talking like that. I'm more than happy to have it. Why would I mind? Grandma Zhao drained the bowl of soup in one gulp. The taste of the gastrodia was slightly bitter, so Lin Fong promptly handed over a piece of honey loquat. Grandma Zhao took it, laughing. Xiaolin, you're a really thoughtful child. Lin Fong replied, maybe because I'm used to being around children a lot. I've got used to it. Grandma Zhao nodded approvingly. Not long after, Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, the two siblings, arrived home from school. Zijuan, Ziqing. Auntie Lin Fong. The siblings immediately rushed over to greet her. They seemed more excited to see her than their own mother. Shengguan Furong was often harsh to others, including her own children. This led to the siblings being quite fearful of Shengguan Furong and not very close to her. Lin Fong then opened the second layer of her lunchbox. Zijuan, Ziqing, didn't you two say last time that you liked Auntie's dumplings? I specially made some for you today. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, who were 10 and 8 years old, respectively, really relished treats. Thank you, Auntie Lin Fong. The siblings immediately started wolfing down the dumplings. The dumplings were delicious. Despite them being only minced pork and leek dumplings, they were irresistible. Plus, they were beautifully made. Auntie Lin Fong, you're so amazing. With a modest smile, Lin Fong said, it's just a plate of dumplings. If you too like it, I can make them more often and bring them over to you. Really? The siblings looked at her, stunned. Of course. Lin Fong nodded. Zhao Ziqing said, Auntie Lin Fong, I wish you were our mother, so my brother and I could have these delicious dumplings every day. Zhao Zijuan, sensing this comment might be inappropriate, pulled at Zhao Ziking's sleeve. Zhao Ziqing asked, Brother, why are you pulling me? I didn't say anything wrong. Our mother doesn't even like us. We'd be better off with Auntie Lin Fong being our mother. Zhao Zijuan was 2 years older than Zhao Ziqing and more sensible. Even though their mother wasn't very attentive to them, a mother is, after all, a mother. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it to heart. A flash of light glowed in Grandma Zhao's eyes. Lin Fong approached, Ziqing, you can't just say whatever you want. If your mother heard it, she will be heartbroken. Let her be heartbroken. Zhao Ziqing responded nonchalantly. Lin Fong continued, Promise Auntie, you won't say such things anymore, otherwise, Auntie won't come to see you too. Perhaps the last sentence scared Zhao Ziqing, who nodded and said, Okay, I won't say it. In her heart, however, she truly wished that Lin Fong was her mother. Shengguan Furong invited Jia Zhenjin, Zhao Yiyun, and Su Manlin to Gustianxiang. The 4 women met at the entrance of Gustianxiang. Jia Zhenjin asked, Furong, don't tell me you really have a membership card for Gustianxiang. Of course, Shengguan Furong took out the black card and flaunted it. See, isn't this it? Jia Zhenjin took the black card while the others immediately huddled around to take a look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, The Show Begins. _7 Zhao Yiyun said, I've seen the Gustianxiang membership card from my friend. It's exactly the same as this one. My gosh. Furong, you're just too amazing. Shengguan Furong, with a smile, said, Isn't it just a card? It's no big deal to me. This membership card perfectly satisfied Shengguan Furong's vanity. She was used to being dominant at home, so she wanted to take control no matter the occasion. Jia Zhenjin sighed, as I thought, we all really have to rely on Furong. Exactly, Furong is indeed amazing. Shengguan Furong, who had been depressed for several days, also began to cheer up at this moment. With the membership card, they were able to ascend to the 3rd floor smoothly without queuing. The decoration on the 3rd floor completely stunned the 4 of them. It was not until they reached the 3rd floor that they realized there was a special menu for VIP customers. The dishes and desserts on the menu were all new to them, such as mango pudding, fruit salad, and such. Shengguan Furong ordered a table full of dishes and desserts with an indomitable spirit. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. The 4 of them spent over 5 hours on the 3rd floor. In the middle, they even played a game of mahjong before leaving the 3rd floor. Just as they left their private room, Shengguan Furong saw a familiar figure. Was that N.I. Yang? What was N.I. Yang doing, wiping a vase? Wasn't she selling noodles? How did she end up at Gustianxiang doing menial work? Shengguan Furong squinted her eyes, looked around, and already had an answer in her heart. Anyone who could come to the 3rd floor of Gustianxiang wouldn't be of low status. N.I. Yang really did have grand ambitions. She turned down the introduction to Qian Weiye, yet she fawningly did odd jobs at Gus Tianxiang. She's really shameless. Furong, what are you looking at? Jia Xinjin curiously looked at Shangguan Furong. Nothing. Shangguan Furong withdrew her gaze, just having a look. Oh. Jia Xinjin nodded. Let's go, then. The group headed downstairs together. Gus Tianxiang was always full of guests every day, so Ni Yang didn't notice Shangguan Furong. After she finished wiping the vase, she handed the rag to a waiter beside her and said, "The most taboo thing in the catering industry is sanitation problems. From now on, this vase should be cleaned daily. The standard is that no dust can be seen when it is wiped with a white cloth." "All right, I know." The waiter behind her nodded. Then Ni Yang found Gulanji. Even though Gulanji was much older than Ni Yang in terms of age, she truly admired Ni Yang. This young, slender girl was just too impressive. At first, she and everyone else didn't think highly of Gus Tianxiang's future. She only agreed to work here because of the high salary of more than 300 yuan. She never expected that Gus Tianxiang's business would become so booming someday. It became the target of imitation for everyone in the catering industry. Working here gave her a sense of superiority. Ni Yang said, "Sister Lanji, from now on, there should be a sanitary inspection in the restaurant every 3 days. Then we will rate them as ABC. A class will be rewarded 30 yuan each, B class 10 yuan each and C class will be rewarded 1 yuan. The restaurant had 3 floors, which were divided into 3 zones, A, B, and C. The sanitation conditions of these 3 zones could be compared with each other. As the saying goes, no reward, no motivation. A restaurant should not ignore sanitation just because the food and service are good and business is booming. Ni Yang's standard is, there is no best, only better." Gulanji had no objections to Ni Yang's proposal. She nodded and said, "All right, Yang, I got it. Yang, you have a call." A waiter hurried over. In the restaurant, everyone called Ni Yang. Originally, everyone used to call her boss. But they felt that calling her boss wasn't nice, and calling her Ni was too stiff, so they asked everyone to call her Yang instead. "All right." Ni Yang went over to answer the phone. Yang. The person on the other end of the line was Ni Tsuehua. "Mom, what's the matter?" Ni Yang asked. Ni Tsuehua continued, Yang, Annie and Emily are here. Can you come home now?" "All right." Ni Yang hung up the phone, said a word to Gulanji, and went home. It was already cold in November. Ni Yang put on a purple coat as she walked along. The coat was of a slim fit design, and there were 2 pearls for embellishment on the cuffs. Ni Yang hurried out, not noticing that one of the pearls slid off the cuff. A man wearing an old-fashioned gown passed by her. The pearl happened to roll to the man's feet. The man squatted down, picked up the pearl, and looked back. The road outside was bustling with people, and her figure was no longer seen. "What are you looking at, Mr. Du?" asked Wang Ziki. Mr. Du coughed lightly with his fist against his lips. "Nothing." The 2 men walked inside. "Do you have a membership card?" A waiter dressed in Hanfu immediately greeted them. "Membership card." Wang Ziki furrowed his brows in confusion. The waiter politely said, "All the seats are taken inside. If you don't have a membership card, please follow me to wait for meal." "What is a membership card?" Mr. Du asked softly. Mr. Du seemed like a character who walked out of an old movie. He was thin, wearing an old-fashioned gown. His shoes were cloth, and despite his ordinary attire and gentle brows and eyes, he gave off an impression that he was no ordinary man. The waiter explained the membership card to Mr. Du in great detail. "Can we also apply for one?" Mr. Du inquired next. "I'm really sorry, there are no extra spots for membership cards right now." The waiter looked apologetic. What did you say? Wang Ziki frowned slightly and stepped forward. Perhaps having stayed in Shanghai for a long time, Wang Ziki still carried a certain air of lawlessness. In Shanghai, no one dared to reject Mr. Du like this, who treated Mr. Du with anything but respect. Ziki. Mr. Du spoke softly. Mr. Du, Wang Ziki toned down his aggressiveness somewhat. Let's go over there and wait. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief. Please follow me. The two of them went to the waiting area. Mr. Du was elegantly sipping tea. Wang Ziki walked from the lobby to the inner hall, and then back to Mr. Du. Mr. Du, I don't think this is fourth Miss style. Mr. Du laughed lightly. She's not that clever. He then asked, how's the investigation going? When can we find the person? Wang Ziki showed a troubled expression. Mr. Du, this matter can't be rushed. The smile on Mr. Du's face slowly faded. After a while, he asked again, is it really that hard to find a person? His voice was still gentle, but it carried an oppressive feeling. Wang Ziki steeled himself and said, Mr. Du, we are in Beijing. Don't we even have a clue? Mr. Du continued to ask. Wang Ziki shook his head. Mr. Du drained the cup of tea, then said, don't waste manpower on fourth Miss anymore, focus on finding her in the future. So, we're just going to ignore fourth Miss? Wang Ziki asked. If she wants to go mad, let her have a proper fit. Mr. Du put the teacup on the table, his face full of anger. It's unclear whether he's annoyed at the incompetent Wang Ziki, or the unrestrained fourth Mississippi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669. Shengguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _1 Master Du appears to be as gentle as jade on the surface, but only Wang Ziki knows what kind of soul is hidden beneath this gentle demeanor. This time, fourth Miss is probably not in for anything good. Master Du continued, from this month on, no one is allowed to remit money to fourth Mississippi. All right. Wang Ziki nodded. The Ni family residence. As Ni Yang opened the courtyard door, she was immediately embraced warmly by Emily. Ni Yang. Emily. After not seeing each other for several months, Emily seemed like a completely different person. Her skin was fair and rosy, and the freckles on her nose had disappeared completely. All thanks to the miraculous effects of ice crystal jade skin. Emily was immensely grateful for having met Ni Yang on Shisua Island in Miami. If it wasn't for Ni Yang, she would never have discovered how beautiful she could be. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0N0, excitedly, Emily hugged Ni Yang. A moment later, Ni Yang released Emily, and they walked into the living room. Emily said, Ni Yang, your home and courtyard are decorated so beautifully. She had always imagined China as a very backward country. It should be chaotic and dirty. But after coming to China, Emily discovered that it is a country with a very rich cultural heritage, completely different from what she had imagined. Ni Yang smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. Aunt Annie and Ni Tsuehua were chatting on the sofa in the living room. Through long-term learning, Ni Kuihua's oral English skills were now excellent, and there were no obstacles in her communication with Annie. After chatting for a while, Annie revealed her intentions. Ni Yang, I want to become an agent for your product and become the overseas distributor for Ice Crystal Jade Skin. I want more people in Country M to be able to use Ice Crystal Jade Skin. The effects of Ice Crystal Jade Skin are truly excellent. The few dozen products Annie took back last time sold out within a month. Because more and more people were coming to ask Annie to buy Ice Crystal Jade Skin, that's why Annie decided to visit China again. At the same time, this decision was made after careful consideration. Ice crystal jade skin is a rare, good product that will be popular in the future. In order to prevent someone else from taking the opportunity first, she wanted to become the first agent in Country M. She believed that her judgment would not be mistaken. Hearing this, Ni Young was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that Annie wanted to be the agent for Ice Crystal Jade Skin in such a short period of time. Aunt Annie, are you really sure about this? This is the contract, take a look. Annie took out the contract from her bag. There were 4 copies of the contract. 2 in English and 2 in Chinese. Ni Young picked up the contract and, while skimming through it, she circled the problematic parts. Aunt Annie, I think these 4 parts need to be revised. Please take a look. Ni Young passed the revised contract to Annie. Annie took the contract and found that the 4 points Ni Young had circled seemed fine at first glance, but on closer inspection, she discovered that there were significant loopholes in these areas. Annie looked at Ni Young, a new layer of admiration visible in her eyes. Ni Young was about the same age as Emily. Emily couldn't even understand the contract, but Ni Young could shoulder large responsibilities all by herself. That is truly impressive. All right, Annie nodded and continued, then these 4 areas will be modified as you suggested. Let's discuss the price issue next. As for the price, I will give you this discount. Ni Young wrote a discount on a piece of paper. The price she gave was 70% of the normal retail price. The export duties and other transportation costs would be borne by Annie herself. Ni Young would only be responsible for supplying the products. After calculating this way, the price of each product needs to be 40% higher than the domestic price in order for the agent to make a profit. In other words, if the whitening moisturizer was sold for 230 yuan domestically, it would have to be sold for 322 yuan abroad. However, this was normal. All things exported from foreign countries to China were sold at several times the original price. Isn't it time for the Chinese to have a moment of pride? After quickly calculating the exact price in her heart, Annie said, "Okay, this price is acceptable. Additionally, I have another request." Ni Young continued, "This needs to be added to the contract." You say. Ni Young said, "As Ice Crystal Jade Skin is a product of China, once it arrives in Country M, it is not allowed to change its packaging, nationality, or founder. Furthermore, no additional trademark may be registered to overshadow it. It can only be Ice Crystal Jade Skin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 670, Shengguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _2. Back in the 1980s, the Chinese did not have much awareness of copyright. This led to many goods being exported from China, repackaged in foreign countries, and then sold as local products. The toilet seat news of the later era is an example. The toilet seats from our country that were so popular among the Chinese were actually made in China. Ni Young, having returned from the future, was determined to prevent all such problems. She wanted to avoid any future disputes. Annie nodded, "Ni Young, you've thought this through thoroughly. She's incredibly shrewd. Negotiating with her is like playing a game of chess." She was clearly just a teenager, but her considerations were more thorough than an adult's. It was difficult to imagine the capacity of her brain. Ni Young continued, "Oh, there's one more thing. Some products of the Ice Skin Jade Flesh line are limited editions. In order to avoid market disturbances in M country, I hope you follow the same practice. General limited editions should be capped at 60 sets per month, and the Supreme Edition only 20 sets. It should be purchased by showing an ID card, limiting 1 set per person per month. Actually, limited edition products are also a marketing strategy. After all, rarity is precious. Only when it becomes expensive will people cherish it. Source: web novel. Com, updated on N0 New, and I nodded, indicating no objections. N.I. Yang smiled. If Aunt Annie agrees to all the points I've made, we can sign the contract as soon as it's drafted. N.I. Yang, hey, race to a successful partnership. Annie extended her right hand towards N.I. Yang. To a successful partnership. N.I. Yang shook her hand warmly. After successfully concluding negotiations, Annie proposed to leave. N.I. Yang smilingly said, Aunt Annie, you are not familiar with China. If you don't mind, you can stay over tonight, and I can take Emily around tomorrow. When they were in M country, N.I. Yang had promised Emily she'd show her around. Since they've already moved into their new house, there was no need to worry about not having enough rooms. On hearing this, Emily jumped up and down in excitement. Yes, yes. She liked N.I. Yang very much and wished she could be with N.I. Yang every day. Annie said, then, we'll take you up on your kind offer. In the afternoon, N.I. Yang took Emily for a walk around the village. The village was bustling because a new road was being built. The villagers were intrigued by the foreign girl. Yang, who is this foreign girl? What's her name? Which country is she from? How old is she? Emily, not understanding Chinese, curiously looked at N.I. Yang. N.I. Yang first translated the villagers' questions into English, then told them, her name is Emily. She's a good friend I met in M country. She's 18 years old. Oh. So her name is Lily. I think calling her Lily sounds better, just like Yang Yang's name. This Lily is good-looking, just like a doll on TV. The fashionable name of Emily was instantly transformed into a rustic Lily by the villagers. Oddly enough, it sounded quite nice. What are they saying? Emily looked at N.I. Yang. N.I. Yang grinned and replied, they are all saying that they like you a lot and that you look pretty, like a doll. Really? Emily looked at N.I. Yang, absolutely thrilled. Really? N.I. Yang nodded. Emily immediately bowed to the villagers, stuttering in Mandarin, think you. You're welcome, you're welcome. As they left the construction site, Emily remarked, N.I. Yang, the Chinese people are so friendly. N.I. Yang nodded, yes, we Chinese are really friendly. The two of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. In November, most of the plants had withered, but a special kind of plant on the mountain was blooming against the wind. From a distance, the slope was carpeted in bright red, almost giving the illusion of early spring. These were the red camellia flowers. Wow! It's so beautiful here. Emily proposed, N.I. Yang, can we go to the mountain and pick some flowers? M country, due to its terrain and climate, has more rainforests and islands, and hardly any small scenic mountains like in China. Just like there are very few rainforests in China. Sure. N.I. Yang nodded. This was Emily's first visit to China, and her first time climbing a mountain. She was exceptionally excited. Jinghua Mountain is a rocky mountain. There are not many large trees, mostly shrubbery and small pine trees, and of course the camellia flowers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, Shengguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _3. Emily picks a camellia flower and tucks it behind her ear. N.I. Yang, do I look good like this? Beautiful. N.I. Yang nods. You should wear one too. Emily snaps off a camellia and fastens it to N.I. Yang's ear. N.I. Yang, you look gorgeous too. Camellia, already a bright and conspicuous flower, now, pinned to N.I. Yang's ear, appears somewhat dimmed and lackluster. Perhaps this is what is meant by the phrase, beauty pales before her. Before long, Emily gathers a handful of camellia flowers. Young, what's this? Emily has somehow managed to pluck a handful of hawthorn fruits. This is hawthorn. It's not too bad, give it a try, Young suggests. Jinghua Mountain is rich in resources, not only given to camellia flowers but also to hawthorn fruits. The small hawthorns grow very delicately, resembling miniature apples. Can I eat this? Emily looks at Young with surprise. Young nods. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron. Emily bites timidly into a hawthorn. The sour and sweet flavors explode on her tongue, yum. I've never tasted this back in M country. Young smiles. Hawthorns can not only be eaten directly but can also be made into candied hawthorn, hawthorn slices, and hawthorn cakes. Candied hawthorn especially, once processed, can taste delicious. Really? Emily is somewhat surprised. Of course, it's true. Emily grabs Yang's hand. Young, there are plenty more hawthorn fruits here, shall we pick more and make something tasty out of them? Sure. Young nods slightly. The hawthorn tree is not tall, but its branches are fully adorned with bright red hawthorn fruits. In no time, they've filled a whole bag with them. After picking the hawthorns, Young spots a tall bamboo citrus tree, its branches laden with bright yellow bamboo citrus. Bamboo citrus, also known as wooden bamboo. Though it tastes sour and sweet like hawthorn, its flavor is completely unique. Seeing Young looking up at the bamboo citrus tree, Emily curiously asks, Young, can we eat these too? The mountain is so much fun. Not only are the views fantastic, but there are so many treats to eat. Young nods, yeah, you can eat them. Wanna try? Yes. Emily nods eagerly. Young then says, I'll climb up and pick some, and you can catch them below. Can you really climb this tall tree? Emily was skeptical. Yes. Young, though wearing a cheongsam, has no problem scaling the tree. She makes it to the top in just a few quick movements, leaving Emily staring in surprise. Young, you're amazing. Picking them one by one would take too long, so Young, from her perch in the tree, gently shakes the branches. Like rain, the ripe bamboo citrus fall to the ground. That's enough. Emily below doesn't know which ones to pick up. Young slowly descends from the tree, picks a yellow bamboo citrus from the ground, wipes it carelessly on her coat, and takes a bite. The casual gesture exudes a kind of unruly charm. Just like a female general on the battlefield, clad in bright armor. So cool. The ripe bamboo citrus is not sour at all. It's soft and sweet, much more delicious than the bamboo citrus Young used to buy from the supermarket in her later life. Emily, imitating Young, bites into a bamboo citrus and exclaims, this is even better than the hawthorn. The two of them pick plenty more bamboo citrus fruits. Combined with their earlier haul of camellia flowers and hawthorns, they returned home loaded with goodies. By the time they got home, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Young begins preparing dinner. Tsuihua helps her with the preparations. Annie takes care of little Yun. Emily plays with Duo in the courtyard. Duo, the mischievous bird, loves playing with Emily. That night, Young prepares a feast. There's sour fish, mouth-watering roasted chicken, tangy pickled chicken feet, braised pork belly, shrimp and vermicelli soup, and a breast-enhancing pig's feet stew with kelp. The beverage is fresh squeezed pomegranate juice. The bright red pomegranate juice, poured into transparent wine glasses, is as alluring as wine. When Ni Chingue arrives home, the dishes have just been laid out on the table. Ni Yang takes the initiative to introduce Annie and Emily to Ni Chingue. Although Annie had visited once before, she returned to her country the same day and never met Ni Chingue. Mrs. Ni, this is Annie, and this is Annie's daughter, Emily. Ni Yang goes on, Annie is interested in representing our ice-cold jade skin brand in M country. She is here to discuss the partnership. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, Shengguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _4. Hearing this, Ni Chingue exclaimed in surprise, really? Our can go international now. Emisham, Ni Yang nodded. That's fantastic. Ni Chingue said with a deeply moved smile on his face, turning to look at Annie and Emily, hello, I'm Ni Chingue. Ni Chingue didn't speak English, leaving Emily and Annie looking at each other perplexed, unable to understand what Ni Chingue meant. Ni Yang smiled and translated for them. When Ni Chingue saw Ni Tsuhua could communicate normally with them, his face was full of disbelief. Yang Yang's mom, you're really amazing. Although he had known for some time that Ni Tsuehua was learning English, Ni Chingue didn't realize that her English skills had gotten so good. Ni Tsuehua smiled and said, when I have nothing else to do at home, I practice on my own. After spending so much time, I'd be embarrassed if I still couldn't do it. After all, she had also spent several months on it. It looks like I really need to study hard, or else I'll be the one falling behind. But Yang Yang's mom, you're really smart. A year ago, Ni Tsuehua was just an illiterate rural woman. Now, not only had her appearance and temperament changed, but her knowledge had also improved along with them. Moreover, Ni Tsuehua was someone who loved to learn and had the perseverance to keep at it. Whenever she had free time, she would find a book to read, no matter what kind of book, she could get into it. Ni Chingue truly admired her. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New. Ni Tsuehua smiled and said, Sister Chingue, you sure know how to make me happy. You just haven't started learning. If you did, I'm sure you'd be smarter than me. Come on, let's eat. The dishes will get cold. I'll go wash my hands. Ni Chingue put his bag on the sofa and went to the washroom to wash his hands. Because they were aware that Emily and Annie wouldn't know how to use chopsticks, Ni Yang had specifically prepared knives and forks for them. Emily didn't have much expectation for Chinese food at first. She had eaten at Chinese restaurants in M country before. The taste was quite ordinary, not at all better than Western food. But it was only when she tasted Ni Yang's cooking that she discovered what real Chinese food was like. The flavor was stunning. Delicious. It's really amazing. Emily could hardly stop herself from swallowing her tongue along with the food. Seeing Emily's reaction, Annie also lowered her head to taste a bite of the shrimp and vermicelli soup. The soup was rich in flavor, the shrimp was springy, and the vermicelli was full of the savory broth. Biting into it brought a deeply satisfying combination of flavors, much more delightful than plain bread and sandwiches. My goodness! The Chinese were too lucky to be able to eat such delicious food. Very tasty. Annie gave Ni Yang a thumbs up. Ni Yang smiled and said, if you like it, eat more. The next day, Ni Yang took Emily to climb the Great Wall and visit the Forbidden City. They took many photos and didn't return home until after 6 in the evening. Back home, Ni Tsuehua had already prepared dinner. After eating, Annie handed over the newly drafted contract to Ni Yang. Ni Yang, if everything looks fine, we can sign the contract. Besides drafting the contract, Annie had also completed many procedures that day. The Qing dynasty had suffered from its closed-door policy, but modern China was very welcoming to foreigners. Moreover, at this time, export trade wasn't very extensive, so Annie got all the procedures almost completed. Ni Yang looked over the contract and, finding no issues, signed her name on it. Annie took out 5 thick bundles of USD from her bag. Ni Yang, this is the first deposit. Once we get back to M country, we'll transfer the second payment, and afterward, we'll proceed with a cash-on-delivery payment model. Annie had requested a large quantity this time. There was a total of more than $50,000. Converted to RMB, it was more than 400,000. Ni Yang nodded, that's fine. The following day, Annie and Emily left Ni Yang's home. After completing all the paperwork, they took a flight back to M country that very night. Annie only checked in a little more than 50 boxes of the products to take with her, the rest were to be shipped by sea. The goods were expected to arrive in about half a month. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lin Fang had been visiting the Shengguan family more frequently these days, but coincidentally, every time she came, Shengguan Furong was not at home. On several occasions, it was Xiao Shen who hosted Lin Fang. Today was no exception. Comrade Xiaolin, please have some tea. Xiao Shen served Lin Fang a cup of tea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, Shengguan Furong apologizes at the doorway _5. Lin Fang picked up the cup, took a sniff, and laughed, this is the top-grade Biluakun. But to be honest, compared to green tea like Biluakun, I prefer black-red tea like pure. I always feel that black-red tea is more charming, green tea is too light. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shen exclaimed excitedly, really? I think so too. Finding a soulmate who shares your interests in this world is not easy at all. Xiao Shen was now extremely excited. Lin Fang laughed and said, well, we really have the same bad taste. Xiao Shen continued, however, Furong doesn't like black-red tea, so I threw away all the black-red tea at home. Otherwise, I could steep a cup of pure for you now. Speaking of which, that pure tea cake was brought back from Zhongnan. It has been kept for more than 10 years. Xiao Shen's words were filled with regret. Probably only tea lovers would understand his feelings. A pure tea cake that has been stored for more than 10 years is a top-grade tea that can't be purchased in normal times. As Lin Fang observed Xiao Shen's expression, she said, that's a real pity. Sister Furong seems to be quite nice in general, why is her character so peculiar? You drink yours, she drinks hers, there's no need to waste good stuff. Xiao Shen lowered his head and took a sip of green tea, ignoring Lin Fang's words. Grandma Zhao walked over, Xiaolin, if Furong was as understanding as you are, I would be satisfied. Lin Fang laughed, Grandma, you're joking, I'm just speaking truthfully. Actually, Sister Furong is a really nice person. Source, web novel. Com updated on Omicron New 0, Omicron, she is a good person, it's just that her character is a bit quirky, Grandma Zhao continued, otherwise why would she even offend her own mother? Lin Fang chuckled but didn't respond. Because some things are better left unsaid. The more you say, the more it can backfire. Lin Fang didn't stay at the Zhao family's home for long before she proposed leaving. Grandma Zhao said, Shen Bao, help me send Xiaolin off. All right. Zhao Shen grabbed his car keys and stood up to accompany Lin Fang. Lin Fang gently declined, no need to send me, it's not that far anyway, I can take a taxi back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shen was about to put down the car keys. Grandma Zhao frowned slightly, and continued, just let Zhao Shen send you, it's not like he has anything to do at home anyway. This time Lin Fang didn't refuse, then ill trouble brother-in-law. Zhao Shen retracted his half-stretched hand. The two of them walked out the door together. Lin Fang took the passenger seat. On the road, Lin Fang tried her best to find mutual topics with Zhao Shen. Because she had done her research beforehand, the two of them enjoyed their conversation more and more. Unfortunately, they soon arrived at Lin Fang's building, and their conversation ceased. Zhao Shen is a very gentlemanly person. He first got out of the car, and walked around to the other side to open the car door for Lin Fang. Thank you. Lin Fang stepped out of the car. But because she was wearing high heels that day, she didn't pay attention when getting out of the car. Her foot twisted and she stumbled forward. Luckily, Zhao Shen reacted in time and stopped her fall. Lin Fang fell into Zhao Shen's arms. Zhao Shen stood there rather helplessly. With a smirk, Lin Fang held onto Zhao Shen's waist and straightened her body, her eyes filled with a hint of playfulness. Brother-in-law, thank you. Are you okay? Zhao Shen asked with concern. I'm fine, just twisted my ankle. Lin Fang pretended to be strong. Though clearly in her 30s, pretending to be weak didn't seem awkward at all. If you're okay, then I'll go first. Zhao Shen immediately put a safe distance between Lin Fang and himself, turned around, and got back into his car. Watching the black car drive away, Lin Fang bit her lip in frustration. Idiot. This Zhao Shen is just an idiot. Good meat was being delivered to his doorstep and he didn't know to eat it. No wonder he was tightly controlled by Shengwan Furong. But she was not in a rush. She was confident that she could win over Zhao Shen. It was just a matter of time. When Zhao Shen got home, he just happened to run into Shengwan Furong, who had just returned from playing cards outside. Shengwan Furong glanced at him. Didn't you have anything to do today? Where have you been? Just now Xiaolin came to our house looking for you. Since you weren't at home, we let me send her back. Zhao Shen didn't hide anything from Shengwan Furong. Shengwan Furong nodded. I understand. Now go and make me a cup of coffee with milk. And she didn't take Lin Fang seriously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, Shengwan Furong apologizes at the doorway _6. In other words, she had enough confidence in herself. She didn't believe Zhao Shen would dare betray her. Okay. I'll go now. Zhao Shen rushed into the room, hoping to have coffee ready by the time Shengwan Furong sat on the sofa. Seeing Shengwan Furong's return, Grandma Zhao tactfully left the living room. Although Ni Zuhua wasn't planning to get married to Shengwan Dehui for now, they couldn't keep dragging things on, so Grandma Shengwan spoke with Ni Chinggui to set up an engagement and make it public. Ni Zuhua had no objections to this. In China in the 1980s, getting engaged was also known as setting the commitment. Setting the commitment wasn't as formal as it would be in later years. All it required was a matchmaker and inviting family from both sides for a shared meal. However, during the engagement, the wedding date needed to be agreed upon. When Shengwan Furong heard about Shengwan Dihui's engagement to Ni Zuihua, she was livid. They had even set the date for the engagement without notifying her. Did they even consider her anymore? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New 0, Shengwan Furong, angry, went to find Grandma Shengwan. Grandma Shengwan said, "How can you expect others to respect you, if you don't respect yourself?" Mother. Am I still your daughter? Shengwan Furong confronted Grandma Shengwan. Grandma Shengwan responded, I should be the one asking you that. Do you even see me as your mother? You're making a scene for no reason. Continuing, Grandma Shengwan said, also, you owe Yang Yang an apology for what happened last time. What? Shangguan Furong couldn't help but exclaim sharply, "You want me to apologize to her? Why should I apologize to her? Ni Yang was nothing more than an individual trader. And she was the younger generation." Shangguan Furong almost thought she was hallucinating. Apologizing. Grandma Shangguan was actually asking her to apologize. "You messed things up so badly. Asking you to apologize is the least of it." Grandma Shangguan continued, "I'm telling you today, if you continue to insist on your views, with no remorse, then I won't acknowledge you as my daughter anymore. Leaves that to your own discretion." This time, Grandma Shangguan wouldn't indulge Shangguan Furong any longer. "Mother, do you realize what you're saying? Rest assured, even when I'm asleep, I'm more clear-headed than you." Grandma Shangguan continued, "By the way, until you agree to apologize, please don't call me mother. I don't have a daughter like you." Grandma Shangguan kept a stern face, showing no signs of joking. Shangguan Furong never thought that Grandma Shangguan would sever ties with her own daughter for a bunch of outsiders. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Shangguan Furong looked up at Grandma Shangguan and said, word by word, "Fine, I am willing to apologize." "You're certain?" Grandma Shangguan raised her eyebrows to look at her. "Yes." Shangguan Furong was no fool, she knew she could not lose the support of the Shangguan family. If Grandma Shangguan were to truly not acknowledge her as a daughter, it would bring her no benefits. So be it. She'll apologize. She will find plenty of ways to deal with that little brat Ni Yang in the future. The depths of Shangguan Furong's eyes held nothing but hatred. Upon hearing her response, Grandma Shangguan stood up from the couch. "Since you've thought it through, come with me." Shangguan Furong followed in Grandma Shangguan's footsteps. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Ni family's residence. Grandma Shangguan led Shangguan Furong to Ni Yang. "Yang, today I brought Aunt Furong to apologize to you." Shangguan Furong stepped out from behind Grandma Shangguan, and with an apologetic expression, she said, "Sorry, Yang. I shouldn't have meddled the other day and introduced you to Qian Weiye. You can rest assured, I won't do it again." Yes. If she ever tried to introduce another potential suitor to Ni Yang, she would be worse than an animal. She hoped Ni Yang would marry a worse-off person. Better yet, someone useless like Immortality. Ni Yang smiled faintly. "I hope you'll remember your words today, Aunt Furong." Shangguan Furong nodded with a forced smile. Having apologized, Grandma Shangguan led Shangguan Furong back home. On the car ride home, Grandma Shangguan started the conversation. "Furong, your bad temper really needs some working on. If you keep this up, you'll inevitably suffer losses in the future. Zhao Shen might be simple and honest, but even a cornered dog will bite." As her mother, Grandma Shangguan was genuinely worried. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, "Aren't you the one who loves seeing me suffer losses?" Grandma Shangguan continued, "I heard that Lin Fong has been visiting your home frequently. Is that true? What about it?" Shangguan Furong looked at Grandma Shangguan. Grandma Shangguan continued, "Shangguan Furong is a widow who harbors devious intentions. You should distance yourself from such people, lest you end up suffering losses unknowingly." Grandma Shangguan saw Lin Fang's character for what it truly was. It wasn't because she was overly suspicious, but some people just needed to be guarded against. Shangguan Furong laughed, then sarcastically said, "Mother, who I want to associate with is my business. Could you please mind your own, and stop concerning yourself with our family affairs?" Grandma Shangguan frowned slightly. "I'm saying all of this for your own good. Have you ever seen a mother harm her own child?" "Well, when I was introducing suitors to Ni Yang, I was doing it for the good of the Shangguan family. Have you ever seen a daughter who would harm her own mother?" Shangguan Furong turned the tables. She really hated Grandma Shangguan's hypocritical manner. It was utterly repugnant. Grandma Shangguan was at a loss for words. Furong, how can you be so ungrateful? Don't you think the person being ungrateful is you? Shangguan Furong looked at Grandma Shangguan, her face full of mockery. She had good intentions, thinking about the Shangguan family's interests, but Grandma Shangguan didn't appreciate it and even punished her. Now, at last, Grandma Shangguan could experience her feelings too. Shangguan Furong felt an intense satisfaction within. Grandma Shangguan sighed. She earnestly said, Furong, trust me, Lin Fong is not a good person. It's best you don't have any dealings with her. Have you ever heard me say a word about your other friends? As her own flesh and blood, Grandma Shangguan couldn't bear to see her treacherously sucked into some abyss. She had an intuition that Lin Fong was definitely getting close to Shangguan Furong with ulterior motives. Shangguan Furong said, Mother, I have my own eyes to see, and I can judge for myself. I have a better understanding of Lin Fong than you do. Please refrain from making baseless comments about my friends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The candy bags not only contained candies but also red dates, peanuts, longans, lotus seeds, as well as 2 cookies and a packet of cigarettes. At this time in the village, distributing 2 candies per household for a happy event was already considered generous. It was quite unheard of for someone like Shangguan Dehui to distribute such large quantities. Ni Yang, on the other hand, was helping Ni Tsuihua style her hair with Shangguan Shi. To be precise, Ni Yang was doing the hair styling, while Shangguan Shi was watching from the side. Ni Yang had very skillful hands, and in no time, she created a very intricate hairstyle. Shangguan Shi couldn't help but exclaim, Yang Yang, you're amazing. I never knew hairstyles could look this good. Ni Yang could cook, could fight, and could do business. She was simply too outstanding. Shangguan Shi felt like she must have been a good person in her previous life to have such a talented sister in this life. Ni Yang laughed and said, Sister Xiaoxi, it's not that hard once you know the trick. I can teach you when we have time. Really? Ni Yang nodded. Seeing Ni Yang and Shangguan Shi getting along so well, Ni Tsuihua felt relieved. Once her hair was done, Ni Tsuihua went to change into her engagement gown. The engagement gown was brought by Shangguan Dehui, a wine-red Chinese-style dress. Ni Tsuihua had a great figure and fair skin. After putting on the dress, she looked at least 10 years younger. Elegant and dignified. She is so beautiful. Shangguan Shi gasped in awe. Although she knew Ni Tsuihua was pretty, she seemed like a completely different person after dressing up. Yang Yang, take a picture of me and Auntie. Shangguan Shi, arm in arm with Ni Tsuihua, made a scissorhand sign. Include me as well. Ni Chingue came over. Ni Yang took the camera and snapped many pictures. Just as Ni Tsuihua came out after changing, Imo Chishan and Wu Daming walked in with gift boxes from outside. Brother Imo, Wu Daming. Yang Yang. Imo Chishan walked over and shook hands with Ni Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _2. Sister-in-law. Congratulations. Wu Daming placed the gift box on the coffee table in the middle of the living room. Thank you. Yang Yang. Li Ronghua, along with Guden and Li Fugue, walked in from outside. Sister Ni Yang. Gooden was very excited to see Ni Yang. He was about ready to rush over and hug Ni Yang when his eyes met Immortality and chicken out. Gooden. Ni Yang reached out and patted Gooden's little head. Sister Li has also arrived. Wu Daming looked towards Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua gave Wu Daming a disdainful look. Who are you calling sister? This Wu Daming really needed putting in his place. No matter how many times she had said it, he just wouldn't quit calling her sister. Upon receiving Li Ronghua's scornful look, Wu Daming scratched his head and muttered to himself, looks just like an elder sister but doesn't want to be called one. He really was the most pitiable. Ni Yang intervened, laughing, Sister Ronghua, Wu Daming, Fugue, Gooden. Let me introduce you, this is my sister Shangguan Shi. Sister Xiaoxi, this is Mo's fellow classmate Wu Daming, this is my good friend Li Ronghua, this is Gooden, Ronghua's younger brother, and this is her eldest brother Li Fugue. Shangguan Shi greeted everyone one by one. Source, web novel. Updated on new, of course, Yang Gobeo's family couldn't be absent from Ni Kuihua's engagement ceremony. A little later, Wang Meifeng brought Yang Chongqing and Yang Guobao over. Seeing his long-lost friends, Gooden was especially excited. By the time Shangguan Dehui and the others returned from distributing candy for good fortune, it was precisely 8:30. The engagement ceremony was to be held in Shangguan's home. Therefore, everyone got ready to go to the Shangguans. Shangguan Furong, dressed in a big red gift outfit, was busy arranging the engagement ceremony site. She had a dominating character, and wanted to decide every single matter herself. Madame Shangguan looked at the seating arrangement, a bit puzzled, why are all the relatives on our side? Furong, where did you arrange the relatives from the Dia side? In China, nothing is more important than table etiquette. During big occasions, the elders and important relatives would sit on the first table on either side, but Shangguan Furong arranged the first and second tables on both sides only with relatives from the Shangguan and Zhao's side. The third and fourth tables were for Ni Kuihua's relatives. Shangguan Furong said, all the relatives Dia brought are poor folks from rural areas. It's embarrassing to have them at the first table. The first table should be reserved for esteemed guests. Having a group of nobles sit with country folk would be socially unacceptable. Madame Shangguan slightly frowned. Furong, who are you looking down on? Did I say something wrong? Shangguan Furong continued, Dia is just a country girl. It's already a great honor for her to marry into our family. Now she wants to choose seating as well. Besides, isn't it a farce to let country folk sit with our relatives? The most esteemed guests on Ni Kuihua's side should be the Mo's and the Yangs. The Mo's came because of Immortality, and the Yang family probably came because of the Mo's sake. At this point, Shangguan Furong paused, and then continued, plus, I've invited Li Long, Mr. Abner's assistant, to come. He will also attend my brother's engagement ceremony. That will really enhance our family's status. Do we want to embarrass ourselves in front of Mr. Li Long? Mr. Abner is a foreigner. Although his status in China is not as high as Mr. Mog's, he is still a powerful figure in Beijing. Otherwise, Shangguan Furong wouldn't have been so proud to have invited Li Long. No one could envy more than attracting the attention of Mr. Abner, even if it was only his assistant. Could Ni Tsuihua, a farmer, manage to make connections with Mr. Abner? Madame Shangguan's face showed deep anger. Furong, today is your brother's day of great joy, I don't want to argue with you. I will handle everything from now on. Madame Shangguan was old, and though she didn't have much energy and originally did not want to intervene, she hadn't expected Shangguan Furong to go too far, relocating Ni Kuihua's relatives to the third table and beyond. She couldn't believe that Furong had thought of this. Mom. Shangguan Furong frowned and said, you don't mind being embarrassed. It's you who makes me feel embarrassed. Madame Shangguan took the stage to guide people in rearranging the tables and chairs. Shangguan Furong, outraged, slammed the cup in her hand on the table. Fine, fine, fine. Isn't it enough for you if I stop interfering? Anyway, when it comes to embarrassment, it's you who'll be the laughingstock, not me. Madame Shangguan rearranged the tables and chairs once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _3. The male relatives were seated on the left, while the female relatives were arranged on the right. As soon as this was arranged, Shangguan Dehui arrived with Ni Tsuihua. Madame Shangguan immediately greeted them. Dehui, Dia, what do you think of the arrangements here? Aunt, you arranged it very well. Thank you for your hard work, Ni Tsuihua replied. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Madame Shangguan looked towards the others behind her. Everyone, please come in and take a seat. Although Ni Tsuihua didn't have many relatives in Beijing, quite a few people, both young and old, did come. The elders included Grandma Lu, Old Madame Mo, and Old Master Mo Li Ronghua and his two siblings, the three-member Yangguobao family, Mo Qishan and Wu Daming, Ni Yang and Little Ni Yun, and Ni Qinggui among others were present. The village chief, representing the entire population of Jinghua village, was also present. Madame Shangguan immediately invited everyone inside. Shangguan Furong watched the crowd entering with a look of disdain on her face. The Mo and Yang families were alright since they were also wealthy families in Beijing. But what about the rest of these people? Such people were also allowed to enter the door of the Shangguan residence. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. Madame Shangguan must have been out of her mind. Being so enthusiastic with these people. Were they worthy? After everyone entered, it didn't take long for the rest of the guests to arrive as well. Shangguan Dehui and Ni Tsuihua stood at the door greeting guests and handing out candies. Shangguan Furong was also warmly welcoming guests on the other side, a stark contrast to her behavior just a while ago. The elitist circle was aware that Shangguan Dehui had married a rural woman. So, many people attended the engagement ceremony with the mentality of enjoying the drama. Initially, they thought they'd see a crude village woman. But surprisingly, the bride-to-be was so beautiful. Ni Tsuihua, tall with an enviable figure, dressed in a traditional Chinese dress that reached the ground, light makeup on her face, refined and elegant, appeared even more striking than Shangguan Furong, the legitimate heiress. Where was this village girl they were expecting? Dehui, congratulations. I wish you a harmonious life. Thank you. Having thanked them, Shangguan Dehui turned to Ni Tsuihua. Dia, this is my colleague, Professor Han. Hello Professor Han. With Ni Tsuihua's polite demeanor, nobody could pick out any flaws, leaving everyone with a good impression of her. Shangguan Furong looked at Ni Tsuihua, squinting her eyes without a word. To overshadow Ni Tsuihua, she had purposely worn a dress even brighter than Ni's. Still, Tsuihua managed to steal the limelight. She's such a cunning woman. Ni Tsuihua was wearing high heels today. Taking advantage of a quiet moment, Shangguan Dehui whispered, Dia, do your feet hurt? Should we get a flat pair for you to change into? No need, Ni Tsuihua shook her head, I'm fine. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 11 o'clock, and most of the guests had arrived. Shangguan Furong, holding a wine glass, stood around chatting with a bunch of wealthy matrons. One of them said, Furong, I heard your future sister-in-law is a rural woman, is that true? There was some hint of provocation in the question. A distinguished family marrying a village woman, that was quite novel. A rare occurrence in a century indeed. Shangguan Furong nodded, it's true. Don't let her good looks fool you, she doesn't know a single letter. She's just good at seducing men. Otherwise, how would my brother fall for her? I think she's quite pretty. And her daughter Ni Yang is also good-looking. Shangguan Furong snorted, her daughter isn't any better. Both mother and daughter are vixens. Furong, from what I can see, it seems like you really don't like them, do you? Jia Xinjin asked. Shangguan Furong replied, I've opposed this marriage from the start, but unfortunately, no one in my family listens to me. Would you like to see her make a fool of herself? Xinjin playfully swirled her glass. What do you mean? Shangguan Furong asked eagerly. If she could see Ni Tsuihua humiliated in front of everyone at the wedding, it would definitely be amusing. A glint flashed in Shangguan Furong's eyes. Jia Xinjin gave a mysterious smile, just watch and see. After saying this, she carried her wine glass and headed towards Ni Tsuihua. Ni Tsuihua was in conversation with Zhao Yeshu, Madame Shangguan's sister-in-law. Zhao Xia, being highly educated, had thought she wouldn't have much in common with Ni Tsuihua. However, surprisingly Ni Tsuihua was just as knowledgeable. Regardless of the topic, Ni Tsuihua always contributed to the conversation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Shining Brightly at the Engagement Scene. _4. This surprised her a bit. After all, the person standing in front of her was just a village woman. That's your daughter, isn't it? She's so pretty. The young man with her looks a bit familiar. Zhao Yeshu pointed at Ni Yang. Just then, Jia Xinjin, holding a glass of red wine, barged into her. Smack! The red wine splashed directly onto Ni Tsuihua. Jia Xinjin immediately apologized, Sorry, are you okay? I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me. She quickly fired off a string of fluent English. Jia Xinjin's intent was to embarrass Ni Tsuihua. How could she embarrass Ni Tsuihua if she used the normal language? It was somewhat quiet around them as everyone looked in their direction. Shangguan Furong looked over and said to the wealthy ladies beside her, Xinjin really knows how to handle things. Who in the elite circle doesn't know English? If Ni Tsuihua doesn't, source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New Zero, where would it leave Madame Shangguan's face? It's about time Madame Shangguan learned what is the meaning of being well-matched in social and economic status. If it had been Lin Fong today, she would have handled it calmly, never letting the Shangguan family lose face. As for Ni Tsuihua, she can only make a fool of herself. Ni Tsuihua didn't expect someone to suddenly bump into her, and even less did she expect the person would speak in English. She was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, No problem, don't worry about it. She replied in fluent English as well. At this time, Ni Tsuihua was extremely thankful that she and Ni Yang had taken a trip abroad and learned English afterwards, otherwise, she would have been embarrassed today. Jia Xinjin was dumbfounded. Shangguan Furong was shocked, so was Zhao Yeshu. No one expected Ni Tsuihua to speak English. Wasn't Ni Tsuihua illiterate, having never even finished primary school? How would an illiterate woman know how to speak English? Not only did Ni Tsuihua not make a fool of herself, but she also spectacularly turned the tables. Shangguan Dehui came over from the other side. Dia, are you all right? Do you want to change your clothes? He had prepared a backup dress in case of emergencies. Okay. Ni Tsuihua nodded, and then turned to Jia Xinjin. Ma'am, the floor is slippery. Please be careful. Slippery. The floor is covered in a thick red carpet, how could it be slippery? Her words were a warning as well as a reminder. As the guest of honor today, If Ni Tsuehua had been deliberately bumped into and didn't retaliate, what would the other guests think? Also, since we are Chinese, I believe we should speak in Chinese. She then smoothly switched back to Mandarin. As soon as she finished, the looks of the others who heard her words instantly changed when they looked at Jia Xinjin. Pretending to accidentally bump into Ni Tsuehua, taking advantage of the opportunity to splash wine onto her, purposely speaking English, tsk. It's clear that Jia Xinjin harbored ill intentions. No doubt, Ni Kuihua's retaliation was exquisite. Shengguan Furong was grinding her teeth in anger. She had underestimated Ni Tsuehua. Jia Xinjin's face had turned various colors. It was quite a sight. Sorry. Ni Tsuehua didn't say anything else. She turned and went to change her clothes with Shengguan Dehui. Jia Xinjin ran to Shengguan Furong's side, frowning. Furong, didn't you say that Dia was just an illiterate village woman? She had been positive that Ni Tsuehua was a village woman and found the courage to tease her. If she had known that Ni Tsuehua was so competent and could even speak English, she would not have gone looking for trouble even if she was paid. She's now lost face inside and out. Shengguan Furong was also frustrated. I don't know either. I asked my mother before, and she said that Dia didn't go to primary school. How did Ni Tsuehua suddenly learn to speak English? Xinjin, don't be upset. It's my fault. Shengguan Furong followed. By the way, I specially invited Mr. Li Long to be a guest today, and they'll introduce you to him later. Who's Li Long? Jia Xinjin was somewhat puzzled. Zhao Yiyun on the side gasped in surprise. Could it be Mr. Abner's assistant, Li Long? Yes. Shengguan Furong nodded. Who doesn't know about Mr. Abner? This man from F country is extremely proud and never associates with Chinese. No one knew how Shengguan Furong befriended his assistant. My gosh. Furong, you're too amazing. Furong, don't play favorites. I also want to meet Mr. Abner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _5. At that moment, Jia Xinjin's anger was completely dispersed by Mr. Abner. She thought about having Shengguan Furong introduce her to Li Long. At this moment, Shengguan Dehui brought Ni Tsuehua to the fitting room. You go in and change. I'll wait for you outside, he said. All right, Ni Tsuehua nodded. The spare dress was identical to what Ni Tsuehua was wearing, with a long zipper at the back. At home, it was Ni Yang who had helped her zip it up, but now, alone, she couldn't manage, so she opened the door to ask for Shengguan Dehui's help. She opened the door slightly. Can you come in and help me zip up? Shengguan Dehui was a bit taken aback at first, then said, all right. Upon entering, Shengguan Dehui immediately locked the door behind him. Zip! The zipper was pulled to the top. Ni Tsuehua turned, opened the door. Let's go. We should head out. At that moment, Shengguan Dehui leaned against the door, trapping Ni Tsuehua between the door and him, looking down to her with a dominating vibe. For a moment, Ni Tsuehua felt as if she'd traveled back more than 20 years ago. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0New0. Shengguan Dehui's gaze on her was the same predatory look he had given her the first time they met. Just as Ni Tsuehua was about to say something, Shengguan Dehui leaned in for a kiss. He had wanted to do this for a long time. But he had been afraid of scaring her off, just as he had all those years ago. Today, he had finally done something he had long wanted to, but had not dared to do. Let's go. Ni Tsuehua opened the door. Wait a moment, Shengguan Dehui asked hoarsely. What's the matter? Ni Tsuhua asked with a puzzled look. Shangguan Dehui picked up a lipstick from the dresser. Touch up your makeup before we go. Ni Tsuhua blushed as she took the lipstick and sat in front of the mirror. Shangguan Dehui continued, are you using the lipstick I handed over today? Yes, Ni Tsuhua nodded. Use it again next time. Ha! Ni Tsuhua stared blankly. Leave me alone. Ni Tsuhua playfully shoved Shangguan Dehui. Aren't you too old to still be playing games? Shangguan Dehui squinted. I was only 21 the year I met you. So this year, I'm at most 22. From the day he met her, his age had become fixed. Ni Tsuhua broke into a light laugh. About 10 minutes later, the two finally left the fitting room. The atmosphere in the main hall was lively. Everyone had heard that Li Long was coming, so many people were now crowded round Shangguan Furong. Everyone wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Li Long. Furong, are you really sure Li Long will come? Someone asked in disbelief. Shangguan Furong smiled. Why would I lie about something like this? If he's coming, you'll all see him soon. Shangguan Furong had met Li Long at a dinner party. After talking, she found out that Li Long had some connection with the Zhao family. At that time, she had even taken the chance to chat with Mr. Abner. For this engagement ceremony, Shangguan Furong had also sent an invitation to Mr. Abner. But she wasn't sure if Mr. Abner would come, so she hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Mr. Abner was a proud man, who never gave face to the great families. If he didn't come, wouldn't it be a loss of face? But Li Long would certainly come, because she had already arranged it with him. Someone chimed in, you said Li Long would come, but why hasn't he arrived yet? Yeah, why? It's nearly 11 o'clock. Just then, 4 figures walked in from outside. The 2 people in the front were clearly a mother and son. The 2 men trailing them were carrying lavish gifts. Seeing these 4, the bustling hall gradually quieted down. The man in front, is that Mr. Abner? Mr. Abner was different from Mr. Mogg. Mr. Mogg kept a low profile and was mysterious. He never appeared in public, so nobody even knew his age. But Mr. Abner was very high profile. He often attended various cocktail parties. That's why the people in the upper class circle knew him. Shangguan Furong was ecstatic. She never thought Mr. Abner would come personally to congratulate her. He really did come. Furong, you're incredible. Not only did you invite Li Long, but also Mr. Abner. Although Mr. Abner's influence was not as powerful as Mr. Mogg's, he was still no one to be taken lightly. Moreover, Mr. Abner was a character that all the major families wanted to draw in, and yet he was subtly won over by Shangguan Furong. Suppressing her inner excitement, Shangguan Furong adjusted her smile, walked up to the group, and said in fluent English, Mr. Abner, you're here. Please, this way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, Engagement Scene, Shining Brightly. _6. English is a universal language, so Mr. Abner shouldn't have trouble understanding it. Mr. Abner smiled at her and said in fluent Chinese, is Ni Yang here? Ni Yang. Wasn't Mr. Abner the one she had invited? Why would he be looking for Ni Yang? Not to mention, how could someone like Ni Yang, a small town girl, know Mr. Abner? She must be imagining things. Shangguan Furong smiled and said, Mr. Abner, thank you very much for accepting the invitation to attend my brother's engagement ceremony. Please come in. Mr. Abner's brows wrinkled slightly. Lady, I think you might be mistaken. I don't know you. I came to find Ni Yang. Is she here? The next second, Shangguan Furong's confident smile abruptly froze on her face. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. Everyone knew Mr. Abner had been invited by her. Now, Mr. Abner claims he doesn't know her. He even insisted he was here looking for Ni Yang. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Zero. Hearing this, people began to whisper amongst themselves. Quickly recovering, Shengwan Furong bit the bullet and said, Mr. Abner, Ni Yang is my niece. Please come with me. Upon hearing that Ni Yang was her niece, Mr. Abner's attitude improved significantly. Could you please take me to Ni Yang? Just then, Ni Yang walked over from the other side. Mr. Abner. Miss Ni Yang. Mr. Abner immediately approached her. Yang. Georgiana was thrilled to see Ni Yang. She has been wanting to adopt Ni Yang as her goddaughter, but hadn't had the opportunity. Today, however, seems like a good opportunity. Mr. Abner continued, I heard that today is a joyous day for your mother. Therefore, my mother and I have brought along some modest gifts. We hope you will accept them. The moment he finished speaking, two aides beside him offered the pre-prepared gifts. A valuable 1,000-year-old ginseng and precious jewelry were displayed on the red velvet. The people around were stunned. It appears that Mr. Abner has no connection with the Shengwan family. He had legitimately come for Ni Yang's sake. Ni Yang was too amazing. She actually knew Mr. Abner. People could not even get close to Mr. Abner, while Ni Yang even had Mr. Abner bringing her gifts. What a magnificent honor. Shengwan Furong's face turned pale. She was actually outperformed by a small-town girl. Ni Yang took Mr. Abner to Ni Tsuehua and Shengwan Dehui. This is my uncle, and this is my mother. Uncle, auntie, I wish you a long and happy life together, Mr. Abner greeted politely. Shengwan Dehui took Mr. Abner's hand, thank you. Had already known that Ni Yang was no ordinary person. So when he saw Ni Yang knew Mr. Abner, Shengwan Dehui was not surprised. Then, Ni Yang introduced, this is my boyfriend, Immortality. Upon seeing Immortality, Mr. Abner's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Immortality slightly smiled and took the initiative to stretch out his hand toward Mr. Abner. Mr. Abner, I've heard a lot about you. Mr. Abner glanced around and then revealed a mysterious smile. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Mr. Abner was showing respect to a good-for-nothing. What could this good-for-nothing possibly teach him? But it makes sense when you think about it. After all, Mr. Abner is from F country and isn't acquainted with Chinese customs. He probably didn't know about Immortality's reputation. Unfortunately, this good-for-nothing, instead of being modest, accepted the compliment with a smile. Does he even realize the person standing in front of him is Mr. Abner? A good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. A worthless thing. Ni Yang must be blind. Being such a beauty, how could she fancy Immortality? Because of Mr. Abner, Ni Tsuihua quickly became the most popular person there, with everyone showing their friendliness. During the meal, Mr. Abner sat with the village chief, Grandma Lu, and the Mo family at the first table on the right side. Guests from the left side kept coming over to toast. The rich dames who were originally hanging around Shengwan Furong also rushed to the right side. Shengwan Furong's face looked quite ugly. Mr. Abner was her guest. How did he end up being Ni Yang's guest? What sort of dishonorable methods did she employ? Sitting next to Ni Yang, Georgiana turned to Ni Tsuehua, who was hoisting her wine glass. Miss Ni, I really like Yang and we get along quite well. May I adopt her as my goddaughter? As these words were spoken, several people present were a bit taken aback. Georgiana is adopting Ni Yang as her goddaughter. Wouldn't that make Mr. Abner Ni Yang's brother, and Ni Tsuehua Mr. Abner's godmother? What an honor! There would be a line of people from here to the end of the Yangtze River wanting to become Georgiana's goddaughter. Shengwan Furong felt mixed emotions, and found it hard to swallow back her discomfort. Why on earth did she want to recognize a goddaughter out of the blue? If she wanted to recognize a goddaughter, shouldn't she have chosen her? What qualifications does Ni Yang have to be Georgiana's goddaughter? Shangguan Furong felt like vomiting blood. Ni Tsuihua and Ni Yang exchanged a glance and smiled. It's Yang Yang's good fortune if you would consider her as your goddaughter. Seeing that there were so many people present, if they denied the request, they would seem ungrateful. Moreover, personal relationships are really important. Many hands make light work after all. Georgiana immediately had her assistant present the prepared sapphire necklace as a token of their newfound bond. Country people adored gems. So, this was an incredibly lavish sapphire necklace. The sapphires shone dazzlingly, as mysterious and alluring as the deep sea. This necklace is a relic from the last century, very valuable. A few people present recognized the origin of the necklace, and the air was filled with gasps. It seems that Georgiana was not joking, she really considered Ni Yang as her goddaughter. Georgiana put the necklace on Ni Yang herself. It's beautiful. Ni Yang was already beautiful, but wearing the sapphire necklace, she looked even more radiant. Thank you, godmother. Ni Yang politely expressed her thanks. Georgiana extended her arms to hug Ni Tsuehua. You have a wonderful daughter. You flatter us. Who amongst those present was not envious of Ni Tsuehua? People initially thought that Ni Tsuehua, a rural woman, would embarrass herself at the engagement ceremony. Surprisingly, not only did she not embarrass herself, but she also brought great honor to herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _1. The person who felt the most uncomfortable at that moment had to be Shangguan Furong. She had been running around for Shangguan Dihui's engagement, even invitingly long over, only to find out that she had ended up preparing the wedding outfit for Ni Tsuehua and her daughter, Ni Yang. The person who should have been in the limelight was supposed to be her. How did it turn out to be Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang? How did they even know Mr. Abner? Just two country bumpkins, what gave them the right? The more Shangguan Furong thought about it, the less willing she was to accept it, almost wishing she could tear Ni Tsuehua's face into pieces. Furong. Zhao Shen gently tugged at her sleeve. What is it? Shangguan Furong turned her head impatiently. Zhao Shen swallowed then said, Shall we also offer a toast to brother and sister-in-law? Shangguan Dihui and Ni Tsuehua were the stars of the evening. All the guests took the initiative to toast to them. It would seem a bit strange if they didn't. Shangguan Furong rolled her eyes at Zhao Shen, sister-in-law. The wedding hasn't even taken place yet, how is she considered a sister-in-law? I said you're stupid, and you really are stupid. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New, even if they were married, they could still get divorced. Not to mention Shangguan Dihui and Ni Tsuehua were not even married yet. But, Zhao Shen was somewhat troubled. But our mom is watching, and there are so many relatives and friends here. Furong, let's just go over there. There were so many people present, they couldn't possibly embarrass the old Shangguan madam. Shangguan Furong weighed the pros and cons, and finally chose to pick up the wine glass, and with Zhao Shen, they went up to Shangguan Dihui and Ni Tsuehua. Brother, Dia, Zhao Shen, and I toast to you. Zhao Shen stood by holding his glass. Thank you, Furong. Ni Tsuehua raised her cup and clinked it with hers. Shangguan Dihui remained silent as he held little Ni Yun with one arm, taking a sip from his drink. Shangguan Furong subtly bit her lip, knowing that Shangguan Dihui was still upset about the incident last time. But that incident wasn't her fault to begin with. Moreover, old Madame Shangguan had slapped her, and she already apologized to Anai Yang. Now, Shengguan Dehui couldn't even tell right from wrong all for Anai Tsuehua. Does he even deserve to be a brother? Miss Anai, Mr. Shengguan, congratulations. Mr. Abner walked over from the other side with his glass in hand. Mr. Abner. Shengguan Dehui raised his glass to him. Georgia even claimed Anai Yang as her daughter. Mr. Abner giving a toast was trivial. In comparison, Mr. Abner was still a junior in front of Shengguan Dehui. Shengguan Furong squinted her eyes. She, being Shengguan Dehui's sister, would be considered as Mr. Abner's aunt. Being the elder, Mr. Abner should certainly toast to her also. As long as Mr. Abner offered her a toast, at least she could somewhat recover her lost face. Thinking like this, her heart was slightly comforted. Shengguan Furong straightened her back, waiting for Mr. Abner to toast her. However, not only did Mr. Abner not toast her, but he walked away with Shengguan Dehui instead. Apparently, the two had something to discuss. Anai Tsuehua took little Anai Yun from Shengguan Dehui and chatted with Georgia. In a conversation between two men, Shengguan Furong couldn't really have a say. She should find Georgia instead. Georgia was Mr. Abner's mother. If she managed to please Georgia, it was the same as pleasing Mr. Abner. But it seemed that Georgia was already engaged in a conversation with Anai Tsuehua. Shengguan Furong naturally wouldn't stoop so low to initiate a conversation with Anai Tsuehua. Toasting her was already giving her plenty of face. If anything, Anai Tsuehua should be the one coming over with Georgia. She was the only remaining daughter-in-law in the Shengguan family, so Anai Tsuehua should think of a way to please her. Just like Lin Fong trying to please her. Unfortunately, Anai Tsuehua didn't have the slightest comprehension of that. If Anai Tsuehua was willing to bring Georgia over tonight, she would forgive Anai Tsuehua. If Anai Tsuehua wasn't willing to take a hint, she would never forgive Anai Tsuehua in her life. Shengguan Furong squinted her eyes. She had waited for so long, but Anai Tsuehua never took the initiative to please her. Shengguan Furong was so angry that it was making her sick. She left before the engagement banquet was over without uttering a word, leaving Zhao Xin behind to clean up the mess. Old Madame Shengguan looked at Zhao Xin and said apologetically, "Zhao Xin, Furong has always been over-competitive, that must have upset you quite a few times." Zhao Xin responded with a smile, "It's fine. I know Furong is not a bad person." He had grown used to it over the years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _2. Arguing further has no point. Today was supposed to be a day of joy. Old Mrs. Shengguan didn't want to bring up these unpleasant matters. But Shengguan Furong had truly overstepped her bounds. She just up and left without a word. What would Anai Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui think of that? Old Mrs. Shengguan continued, "Zhao Xin, there are times when a man should stand tall. Don't let her keep bullying you." Zhao Xin nodded, "Mom, I understand. Don't worry, Furong isn't that unreasonable of a person." Old Mrs. Shengguan let out a soft sigh, "I know exactly what sort of person she is. Now, I heard that Furong and Lin Fong have been getting pretty close lately." "It seems that way." Zhao Xin continued to nod. Old Mrs. Shengguan continued, "Lin Fong is a very calculating person. She acts one way from the front, and another from the back. When it comes to guile, Furong can't outplay her. I've already warned Furong, and you should also be wary of Lin Fong. Shengguan Furong is the type of person that wears her flaws on her face. She speaks her mind. If she had a bit of cunning in her, she wouldn't just up and leave without even saying hello. Whilst Lin Fong is rotten to the core, the type of person who acts like a human in front of others and a devil behind their back. These two people simply aren't on the same level. Shengguan Furong isn't a match for Lin Fang. Zhao Shen understood the implication behind old Mrs. Shengguan's words. All right, Mom, don't worry, I'll be mindful. Source, web novel. Com, updated on new. Old Mrs. Shengguan nodded. Good, with your words, I am reassured. In reality, Zhao Shen is a very clever person. Otherwise, the Zhao family would not have lasted as long as they have, but rather, they continue to flourish. The reason he carries no weight in Zhao family matters and always listens to Shengguan Furong is simply because he's in love with her. He truly likes Shengguan Furong. Back in the day, he paid quite a price to marry Shengguan Furong. Taking advantage of Zhao Shen's love for her, Shengguan Furong does as she pleases in the Zhao family, acting arrogantly and willfully. Even old Mrs. Zhao has to live at the mercy of her moods. Zhao Shen continued, I'll go speak with my brother and sister-in-law now, so they won't misunderstand Furong. Old Mrs. Shengguan nodded. After the engagement ceremony ended, Ni Yang and Mo Qishan escorted Georgia and Mr. Abner to the door. Shengguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua were seeing off the other guests. Mo Qishan stepped forward, embodying the true gentleman as he held the car door open for them. Please. Georgia was holding onto Ni Yang's arm. She leaned in and whispered, Yang, you have a wonderful boyfriend. It was evident from Mo Qishan's words and actions that he truly cared for Ni Yang. Thank you. Mr. Abner looked at Mo Qishan. Yang is my mother's goddaughter, so wouldn't that make us somewhat like brothers? Mo Qishan gave a slight nod. It is my honor. Mr. Abner said, being able to call myself brother to Mr. Mo is my honor. Though others were unaware of Mo Qishan's status, Mr. Abner certainly was. 3 years ago, he had seen Mo Qishan once at a large gathering in F country. He was surrounded by a crowd, like the moon surrounded by the stars, full of glamour. Simultaneously, he was also the only Chinese person there. How could such a person possibly be a wastrel? Watching the car driving away, Ni Yang tugged on Mo Qishan's sleeve. Brother Mo, did you and Mr. Abner know each other ahead of time? Mo Qishan gave a slight nod. I did meet him once a couple of years ago in F country. Ni Yang laughed. No wonder I felt something off about the way you two were interacting at the party. Yang, are you jealous? Mo Qishan threw his arm over Ni Yang's shoulder, smiling as he asked. Ni Yang said helplessly, you're thinking too much. Mo Qishan lowered his gaze and stole a quick kiss on her cheek, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. Ni Yang glared at him. We're in public, mind your image, careful people see. Though Beijing wasn't as conservative in 1984, public displays of affection were still a rarity, then well do it secretly in the future. Ni Yang. All these events were noticed by Shengguan Su from the second floor. Ni Yang was an exceptional person. As her older brother, he should shoulder his responsibilities and make sure she doesn't end up with some worthless man. Luckily, Mo Qishan wasn't as despicable as the rumors suggested. Shengguan Zu's eyes hardened and he took a swig of his drink. Zhao family residence. When Zhao Shen returned, Shengguan Furong had just finished her shower and stepped out of the bathroom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Old Lady Zhao joined her hands together and devoutly bowed her head. Meanwhile, Shengguan Furong had fallen into a deep sleep. Cart Road wasn't far from the Zhao family house, and Zhao Shen easily found the telephone booth mentioned by Lin Fang. Holding an umbrella, he stepped out of the car. Xiaolin. Comrade Xiaolin. Upon hearing Zhao Shen's voice, Lin Fang, who had been crouching in the corner of the telephone booth, immediately stood up as if seeing hope. She ran over to Zhao Shen and threw her arms around him, breaking into uncontrollable sobs. Lin Fang and Shengguan Furong were vastly different. Lin Fang was a delicate woman who needed protection, while Shengguan Furong was unyieldingly assertive. Zhao Shen was a man, and deep within his bones, hidden away, was a desire to conquer and to protect. Lin Fang's behavior, however, made up for what Shengguan Furong lacked. For a while, Zhao Shen found it hard to push Lin Fang away. Recalling how he had just been kicked out of their room by Shengguan Furong, Zhao Shen began to feel angry. In a fit of what felt like revenge, he embraced Lin Fang, dropping the black umbrella to the ground. The icy raindrops instantly soaked their clothes. On Lin Fang's face, a smug smile curled up at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Shen couldn't escape from her grasp after all. "Thank you for coming, brother-in-law." Lin Fang choked out. "Get in the car, it'll take you home." "Okay." Lin Fang nodded. The two got in the car and Zhao Shen handed Lin Fang a dry towel. "Wipe your face." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Lin Fang accepted the towel and then asked, "Can I call you by your name?" That question carried a deep implication. Zhao Shen fell silent. "Furong is older than you. It's better if you call me brother-in-law." At his words, although Lin Fang's face showed disappointment, she did not feel disheartened in her heart. Zhao Shen hadn't pushed her away earlier, indicating that he was wavering. Some things had to be taken step by step. Zhao Shen started the engine to leave. Just as the car reached the foot of the building, Lin Fang said, "I don't want to go home." "Then where do you want to go?" Zhao Shen turned his head to look at Lin Fang. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Mo Qishan, eyes focused on the road ahead, asked in a seemingly casual way. "What's up?" Ni Yang tilted her head slightly. "Are you brave?" Mo Qishan asked back. Ni Yang nodded, "Quite." After all, what was there to be afraid of for someone who had experienced death before? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Mo Qishan's eyes as he continued, Yang, are you afraid of ghosts?" "No." Ni Yang shook her head. "Why do other girls fear ghosts, but you don't?" questioned Mo Qishan. Ni Yang laughed, "Brother Mo, if you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush." Mo Qishan cleared his throat and said simply, "Well, I'm saying, if you're afraid of being at home alone, I can stay with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Qishan added, Yang, don't misunderstand, I'm just worried you might be scared." Ni Yang squinted her eyes, "Are you harboring ulterior motives?" "I'm not. Yang, don't slander me." Mo Qishan's ears turned red. TSK. Ni Yang reached out to pinch his ear, "Look at you, pretending to be a gentleman." "Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Focus on driving, don't think about unnecessary things." Ni Yang sat up straight, turned on the car stereo, and a light song immediately filled the air. "The tips of the peach leaves are sharp, the willow leaves cover the sky, listen to my words, O Emperor Ming." This song, exploring the Clearwater River, was a narrative song popular in Beijing. Ni Yang remembered that in her previous life, a handsome young man turned this narrative song into a pop hit. Chapter 685, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _5. At this moment in the 80s, hearing this ancient song again gave a sense of being transported through time and space. Ni Yang hummed along to it as she listened. Her voice was clear and melodious. When she hummed a tune, it carried an indescribable charm, like a gentle breeze in April, cleansing souls and refreshing minds. Emo-chishin glanced her way, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Even though he had slowed down, they quickly arrived at Jinghua village. Ni Yang got out of the car. Emo-chishin accompanied her to the entrance of the Ni family courtyard. Yang, remember to be safe when you're alone at home at night. Don't open the door to strangers, he cautioned. Ni Yang laughed and said, isn't Aunt Ni next door? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Emo-chishin hugged her. His eyes spoke of his reluctance to leave. Ni Yang returned his hug and said, Brother Emo, to be honest, I'm quite scared. Why don't you stay and protect me? Even though society was conservative concerning male-female relationships, inviting a man to stay for the night was quite daring. But Ni Yang trusted Emo-chishin. Despite sometimes being mischievous, Emo-chishin was an uncommonly honorable man. Really? Emo-chishin's eyes lit up. Wuxia world. Sight really. Ni Yang nodded. They both went inside the house together. Ni Yang prepared the next room for him. Brother Emo, you can stay here tonight. There's a bathroom in the room. Okay. Emo-chishin nodded in agreement. That night, Emo-chishin had the most restful sleep ever. The next morning, Emo-chishin was up before dawn. Since Ni-tsuhua was not home, he would take up the responsibility of caring for Ni Yang. He wanted to prepare a surprise for Ni Yang. Emo-chishin quietly went downstairs to the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to make breakfast. The kitchen of the Ni family was designed by Ni Yang. On one side, there was a simple, Western-style gas stove. On the other side, there was a traditional Chinese stove for burning firewood. Under normal circumstances, both Ni Yang and Ni-tsuhua used the traditional stove, as food cooked over a wood fire was much tastier than that cooked on a gas stove. After a bit of thought, Emo-chishin decided to use the traditional stove. Emo-chishin had not known how to cook before. He had never even been inside a kitchen. However, after spending so much time with Ni Yang and often being her assistant, he gradually learned to cook. Emo-chishin opened the refrigerator. There was pork, tomatoes, leeks, greens, and other ingredients inside. So, he decided to make pork and chive-filled dumplings for breakfast and tomato and vegetable noodles. From what he observed, Ni Yang loved noodles. Like Ni Yang, Emo-chishin was a man of action and started cooking immediately. Packing dumplings was not difficult, Ni Yang had taught him before. Though his dumplings didn't look as good as Ni Yang's, they were decent. As the minutes and seconds passed, the light outside grew brighter, and a streak of golden morning light shone through the window. When Ni Yang came down the stairs, she saw an apron-wrapped man, who usually exuded a chill aura, busily bustling around the stove. From Ni Yang's perspective, she had a perfect view of his sharp yet beautiful side profile. His thin lips were a barely visible line, he was deeply focused on cutting the tomatoes. His hands were very beautiful, clean, tidy, the joints well-defined, symmetrical and long. He was merely cutting tomatoes, but he did it with the authority of a powerful ruler. He who excels in study can follow an official career, he who excels in martial arts can become a guard. Ni Yang found this phrase fitting for Emo-chishin. Brother Emo. Ni Yang went to Emo-chishin's side. Yang. Emo-chishin looked surprised. How did you wake up so early? The food won't be ready for a while. Ni Yang laughed, maybe I should take over, cooking isn't really a man's job. Gender equality has long been recognized. Who said that the kitchen necessarily belonged to girls? Emo-chishin continued, boss, your thinking is not advanced enough. Emo-chishin used to believe that a kitchen was not a place for a man. A man should be ambitious and can't allow himself to be confined to the kitchen. But ever since he met Anai Yang, let alone cooking in the kitchen, even if he had to scrub clothes or clean the toilet, he had not a single complaint. Anai Yang laughed lightly. All right, your thinking is advanced. Anyway, what's for breakfast? There are steamed dumplings and tomato noodles. Mo Chishan continued, is there anything special you want to eat? I can make it for you. But using it shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, this was bought with the Shangguan family's money. Shangguan Furong turned on the faucet and washed her face carefully with face wash, followed by lotion and essential oils. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt this supreme edition was much better than the regular edition. She didn't even get to buy such a good thing. How come Anai Tsuhua got to benefit? Shangguan Furong looked at herself in the mirror and frowned slightly. By now, she had forgotten that Anai Tsuehua once gave her a box of the Supreme Edition Icy Skin Jade. She didn't cherish it and even questioned it as a fake, which embarrassed Anai Tsuehua. Shangguan Furong then opened the door of the neighboring cabinet. This cabinet was filled with perfumes and shampoos. But more importantly, Shangguan Furong found another box of extra Supreme Edition Icy Skin Jade. People queue up and couldn't buy it, but Anai Tsuehua had one for herself and another one to spare. Was this set of Icy Skin Jade meant to please her? Shangguan Furong narrowed her eyes and reached out to take the gift box. It took her a while before she put the gift box back. Even if Anai Tsuehua wanted to please her, she wouldn't accept Anai Tsuehua so easily. Unless Anai Tsuehua was willing to willingly change Anai Yang's and Anai Yun's surnames to Shangguan. Otherwise, she would never accept Anai Tsuehua. Shangguan Furong looked around the room for a while, then went downstairs. Furong, what were you doing upstairs? Asked Lady Shangguan, hugging little Anai Yun as she came in from outside. Shangguan Furong said, Mom, what a strange question. This is my home. Isn't there anywhere I'm not allowed to go? Little Anai Yun stretched out his hand to Shangguan Dehue. Shangguan Dehue took little Anai Yun from Anai Kuihua's arms. Old Lady Shangguan looked at the harmonious scene in front of her, beaming with satisfaction. She then said, breakfast is ready, let's go have breakfast. Also, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi have gone to work, Dia, don't mind. Anai Tsuhua laughed and said, it's okay, work is important. She usually gets along well with the kids and doesn't overthink things, because she knows Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi aren't those kinds of people. Meanwhile, elsewhere, when Zhaoshan woke up, he could hardly believe what had happened last night, but the sight of Lin Fang lying next to him reminded him that the events were not a dream. He really did something that would let Shangguan Furong down. He didn't know what he had been thinking last night, but now, he was deeply regretful. What should he do now? How should he face Shangguan Furong? Just then, Lin Fang suddenly reached out and hugged him. Do you regret it? When did Lin Fang wake up? Zhao Shen was taken aback. Lin Fang continued, I don't regret it. After a pause, she said, if you do regret it, we can pretend that nothing happened. Don't worry, I won't pester you. With that, Lin Feng let go of Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words, as he didn't know what to say at the moment. Rest assured, I keep my word, Lin Feng continued. I'll compensate you, Zhao Xin finally said after a long pause. The only thing he could do now was to compensate Lin Feng. I don't want your compensation, said Lin Feng. Zhao Xin, do you know? I really envy Sister Furong. I envy her for having such a good husband like you. The universe is really playing a joke on us. She has you, but she doesn't know how to cherish you. I want to cherish you, but I can't have you. Her tone was full of mockery by the end of it. Xiaolin, you, Zhao Xin closed his eyes, then continued, we can't continue making mistakes. Lin Feng turned around to look at Zhao Xin. Is love a mistake too? Zhao Xin fell silent. Lin Feng let out a sigh, raised the blanket and got out of bed, picked up the clothes from the floor and started to put them on one by one. Then she picked up Zhao Xin's clothes. Do you want to get up now? I can help you. Zhao Xin took his clothes. I can do it myself. But I want to help you. Lin Feng helped Zhao Xin get dressed and put on his socks, even helped him put on his shoes and tie his shoelaces. Did Sister Furong ever help you like this? No, of course not. Such a domineering person like Shagwan Furong, when did she ever lower her head? In their relationship, Zhao Xin was the one who always made the sacrifice. Zhao Xin never knew that not having to give all the time could be so enjoyable. All of a sudden, it seemed like he wasn't that regretful anymore. After all, Shangwan Furong acted out of line first. Lin Feng was sweet and considerate, much more so than Shangwan Furong.